We're live. We're doing it. I'm gonna need you to strap in, because one way or the other, we're gonna fucking do it tonight. I don't care if it takes me to... Let me adjust this here. Oh, cleaning this off. Oh, God. I don't care if it takes me till 3 in the morning. We're gonna fucking do it. We're gonna do it all. We're gonna see endings. We're gonna see alternate things. We're gonna see bad endings. We're gonna see the ending. We're gonna see multiple endings, apparently. I did a little more research throughout the day today. And I have, at least for the start of the stream, a plan of action. Is it the best plan of action? Maybe, but most likely not. But it's the plan of action that I feel like I can make heads and tails of. So, last night, what we got to was, we saw a couple new character paths unlock. We saw Tostino pizza rolls. We got Jack Stanley here. Alternate character storylines. Craziness happens, and then those just ended. And we ended last night's stream, even though I could have gone a little longer. I ended in mild frustration. So, again, like I said, I've got a plan of action here for the beginning of the stream. And then, as the night goes on, we're going to have to kind of figure it out. Which I'm sure is going to be so much fun to watch and so much fun to play on my end. But, you know, that's the trash, dumpster on fire. That's what tonight's stream is going to be. And along the way, we're going to see a bunch of endings to the game. And we're going to see the ending to this game. That's what it's going to be. It's going to be almost probably a 50-50 mix of seeing great ending stuff. And then 50% of just horrible streams. Just horrible streams. A horrible stream. I don't know how I'm saying it. I was home earlier today. I was sent home to set up a permanent work from home situation, and I kind of got some of that set up. But also got home, and my bathroom, this is like a story arc in my life. Last couple of days, I think I mentioned it a couple of days ago. The vent fan leaking some weird water or something, or poison, who knows. And it was so bad when I got home today that I was like, oh shit. Or it was so bad yesterday, I should say, that then I put in a work order and they got to it today. And they got to my place while I was home, which was nice, because I could be like, hey, look, this is fucked up. Look at this shit. Look at it. Fix it. And they were like, yeah, this is really bad. I'm like, yeah, do you know what to do? They said they fixed it. I took it upon myself to, like, I'm air drying the bathroom. I've got, like, my trusty stand fan thing, just blowing air into there to try to just dry it all out, because it was, like, literally just standing water in my tiny little bathroom. So that was no fun. On a related note, it's not fun to take a shit while your feet are touching water. I'll just put it that way. Alright, so we're gonna do bad endings first. That's the plan of action I was mentioning a couple minutes ago. I've got a bit of a plan. Again, not guaranteeing it's a good plan, but it's a plan. And I'm gonna need plans to, you know, do this. I got the old pen and paper out and made myself a little checklist of things as far as what bad endings I've gotten. Oh shit. This is our first time seeing this. We didn't even bother to go back. I feel like such a fool. We never came back to the character select screen to see these two guys here. I kind of want to just click into them. See, okay. So we got to the end of last night's stream. This unlocked. So this, I assume, we'll then be able to go forward. And then we'll patch into whatever that. But before we do all that, I'm gonna do some bad ending stuff. Maybe not all the bad endings in the first thing, in this first chunk of tonight's stream, but a good amount of them for the first few in-game story hours, if that makes sense. Just so that we could start knocking them out. And it should be pretty systematic. We should be able to like go at a pretty decent pace. And then we'll do that. The only weird thing, and I don't know how the game's gonna react, but because different people say different things about this game, but I may, when I choose a bad ending, might have to go back and then reset timelines as we do it. So we do a bad ending, and then I'm like, oh shit, alright, fuck, I'm correcting the timeline, and then re-correct the timeline. So that's probably the worst part that's gonna happen here. But, you know, we'll survive. So we're gonna go to the first hour of the game. This should be pretty straightforward. The guide that I've got pulled up here should be pretty straightforward. No, you know what? This would be better. Oh, I'm so fucking unprepared. So I normally have this all... Let me put my headset down here. I had this pulled up on my phone, but I should just pull out the fucking laptop. This would be so much better. Ah, shit. Ah, fuck. I'm early bub stream, but I'm unprepared apparently. Alright, let me take off the headset here really quick. Oh god! Well, that's booting up, and I'm attempting to send myself this link that I've got here. Now I'm just gonna awkwardly have to try to fill the air. I hope everyone's Thursday was okay. I'm dying. Dying just to bring you the end of the Shibuya Scramble game. I look like a fucking madman. I've got multiple screens now going. I've got a checklist sitting in front of a microphone. Alright, I'm gonna attempt to send myself this link here. Copy. apparently it doesn't want me to even do that. What a disaster beginning of a stream here. Alright, I'll do it another way. I'll just do this another way. Professional streamer here. Professional streamer here. It's loading. It's alright. It's gonna be okay. Potentially. Here we go. It only took a little bit of time. Okay. Alright, cool. Alright, so, like I said, I've got a checklist thing here. Gonna just weep. I've got multiple screens, so I'm all over the place, but you know what? When am I not all over the place? It's kind of my brand. Alright, here we go. Let's see bad endings. I hope I'm doing this right. Achi turned back around. The girl was still there. She was staring in the direction that the man who man, we're at the beginning of the game. Flashback here. She was staring in the direction that the man who'd taken the case had gone. Who'd taken the case had gone. A worried expression on her face. Achi couldn't shake the feeling that something was very wrong. Maybe you should talk to her and ask what was going on. Why does my headset feel weird? Oh, maybe he should talk to her and ask what was going on. But just as he was making up his mind, a middle-aged man in a ratty business suit shuffled awkwardly over to her first. Oh, it's so weird to play this game and see these characters when we know who they are now. Was there something wrong with one of his legs? He was using a cane to walk. Then one of his hands slipped into his jacket pocket. Achi could scarcely believe his eyes. A revolver. I'm already curious. We're already hit maybe potentially a snag. A revolver. With a single fluid motion, the man lifted up the gun and pointed in the girl's direction. He was aiming right for her head. Huh? The girl had noticed the man with the cane now. Seeing the gun pointed right at her side, she froze in fear. Achi didn't hesitate. Breaking into a full run, he tackled the gunman with all his might. Caught off guard, the man sprawled to the pavement. But that would-be assassin kept hold of his weapon and quickly scrambled back to his feet. Achi knew he had to act fast. He grabbed the ashen-faced girl by the arm and attempted to drag her away. "This way!" he shouted. She just stared at him, incomprehending, trembling like a startled animal. "Come on, run!" Finally, the girl snapped out of her daze and gave a fearful nod. Alright, I don't think this is right. This isn't right. This can't, This is gonna make me go all the way. I feel like we've hit our first snag where if you could only see the face I was making right now. Oh, poor Sasayama. Okay, let me try something else. Let me try. Let me go here real quick. Achi. Okay, I'm gonna try something else. Also, we may not read everything until we get to the endings. Okay. Because we've read this stuff. Can I just go? Girl, should you grab a shit? Oh yeah, he was lugging around a piece of trash. This is so jank. This is... so jank. This is one of those things where you then go like, oh, should I have followed a guide from the very beginning of this game if I wanted to see everything? Oh, and there he goes. There goes Tatsuno. Limpy McGee. Wait, what is this? Several hours passed. After a bunch of pointless questioning, police finally determined he was innocent. His father came to pick him up. Oh, for a long time, Achi stared intently out the window of the car. Finally, his father caught his attention. The old man seemed to be in a surprisingly good mood, despite having to collect his son from the jailhouse. Holy shit! What a reveal! That's right! Oh my... From the... what a reveal! It was here all along, at the beginning of the game, because we saw this thing before. Where Achi just stared intently out the window of the car. Finally, his father caught his attention. The old man seemed to be in a surprisingly good mood. Why is he in a surprisingly good mood? Well, it didn't make sense before. But here, it's because Tatsuno got Hitomi. That's fucked up, man. Archie, there's something I want to talk to you about. It's about me taking over the shop. Now is not the time, okay? No, it's not that. Look, let's just get home first. Sure, I feel like going out today anyway, but now I'm curious. What do you want to talk about? I got some good news. I think you'll be pleased. Oh, wow, that's so fucked up. I'm not sure I like the sound of that. Please don't tell me you're getting remarried or something. Yeah. Dad, I really don't like the sound of that. And so began a very long conversation. That's so fucked up. It was here all along. Okay, so this isn't a bad ending that we were missing, is the thing. But I'm seeing that potentially I have to do that bad ending to see the actual bad ending I need. I'm gonna try to something else really quick. I'm pulling up a different website. Fuck the website I was on. I don't trust it. Man, my laptop sucks. Come on. Come on. First hour. I start early, but the first hour is me gonna just fumble trying to figure out what the hell I'm supposed to do here. Okay, I found something else. Let me... Oh, wow, and see, now you pick this, and everything gets fucked up. Everything gets fucked up. You lose the whole game. Okay, I'm gonna try something else here. But first, I gotta dump this trash. He looked around to see. Where the fuck is this taking me? Here I am figuring out this game. Holy shit, this... Where's it go? Where am I? I'm all the way here. No, what the fuck is this? Here I am trying to decipher this game. I'm just trying to be good and play this. I want to see everything. Oh, God. Oh wait, I think I know where I fucked up. Okay, I'm blaming this guide. Here I'm getting mad at the guide, and it's not the guide's fault, you know. First I gotta dump this trash. She looked around to see if there was a garbage bin nearby. Huh? A man had come up beside the girl. He was dressed in black and he wasn't Japanese. He looked like they were having a conversation. The girl nodded tensely at something the man said. Achi stared. Something tells me that's not her boyfriend. The girl handed the attaché case over to the man. He took hold of it with his right hand and began walking briskly away. Whoa! A nearby homeless man suddenly leapt over Achi and broke into a run, as if he'd been waiting for this very moment. Sprinting alongside him was a young man in a suit. Then, seemingly from everywhere, a whole bunch of other guys burst into motion. First one. Then another. A third, a fourth, a fifth. Over a dozen now. Okay, so I'm curious. I'm curious if I can... We're learning here. I'm curious to see if I can then just pick... Achi turned back around. The girl was still there. She was staring in the direction of the man who'd taken her case had gone. Weird expression on her face. Maybe we should talk to her and ask what was going on. Just as he was making up his mind, a middle-aged man in a ratty business suit shuffled awkwardly over to his... No, but then it does this. Game. "30 minutes into stream and I'm just gonna scream. Let me read this website here really quick. Very great stream to start. Okay, so here's the problem I think I'm running into, is that to get some bad endings, like, all these guides are assuming that you're starting from a completely clean slate. And apparently that, if you're not, then that's gonna take some figuring out. I'm trying to just not... I thought I did so much good research. This isn't gonna help, is it? This isn't gonna be good. Okay. So apparently this guide I was using is not bad. Maybe I'm just bad, you know? Okay, for this... Okay, so the original guide I was using, apparently there are some people that are like, okay, the first chapter's funky. I'm gonna go to switch to another thing. What a fucking disaster. Okay, we're gonna use a different site for this first section, chapter hour. Then I'm gonna switch back to apparently the other thing, and then we'll be fine, maybe. Okay, so I'm not gonna actually read it because I'm just following part. We've seen this part. I know we've seen this part because I've seen this bad ending, according to my handy dandy checklist. We'll get to meet, you know, old characters that are probably dead, like Sasayama. Oh, he's so good. Ooh, look at that face. Now, decidedly, this shouldn't be so clunky as we go later on. Hopefully it should be easier, I think, is the deal. But don't worry, I'm keeping track of time here. We're gonna do this smart. Simpler times this was. This fucking music. Okay, so now I'm gonna jump. Achi, 10:30. So bad, man. This is so bad. B. Okay, we selected that. Going back. This is so janked. Okay, we already did that. I'm trying so hard here. I don't think this is gonna work either. Oh, this is so bad. Okay, we're gonna try it, and if it doesn't work, then we'll come back to bad a little bit later. What the fuck is this thing? Let me try this. What if I do this? Oh, there's a YouTube video. I don't know if it'll tell me how to get it. Here's a Reddit thing. Do I trust Reddit to make this simple? Fuck, I gotta go into a video. Okay, well... Okay, in my head and in my research today and yesterday, I did not think it was gonna be this difficult. Here we go, clicking in. Boop, boop, boop. Jack in. Let's see how easy this makes it. Okay, the video says click into here. He clicks B. What was that? What? Take me back. Take me back, video. You're going too fast. So he clicks B. And then he goes... He goes over. Goes to this one. He goes in. He clicks Mysterious Man. The video buffers. But wait, what about that girl? She was there. He picks A. Okay, middle-aged man or rowdy... Just as he's making up his mind, a middle-aged man in a ratty business suit shuffled awkwardly over to her first. Was there something wrong with one of his legs? He was using a cane to walk. Okay, so is this saying that I went to the other timeline and I sent Kano the wrong direction, so he's not going to be here to stop the dude pulling out his gun? Is that what this is saying? Achi could scarcely believe his eyes. So I had to go to the one thing, do one thing, and then go to here, maybe? A revolver. Oh, shit. Ah, fuck. Suddenly a young man came running through the crowd. Seeing him, the man with the cane turned on his heel and vanished in the scramble. Something big was going down. Oh, yeah, see, I think this is new. What is all this? The young man was closing in on the girl, his expression grim. That guy's up to no good. Achi sprang into motion. Hiya! Okay, yeah, this is new. Okay, so I think we're... Austin, by goodness, you've done it. Leaping high, Achi delivered a flying kick right between the man's shoulder blades. The guy went down, but recovered surprisingly fast, spinning back to his feet to grapple with Achi. The hell is your problem? The hell is your problem, man? Achi snapped. The two stood, staring each other down, as the crowd swirled around them. Let go of me. You let go of me first. After you let go of me, sure. You first, pal. Don't you call me pal, man. Don't call me man, pal. Neither man was willing to yield. Good. The crowd had parted to avoid the scuffle. Passerby were staring from all sides. Well, crap. Hachi got a sudden, sinking feeling. What the hell am I even doing? Jumped in over my head as usual. His anger melted away. He loosened his grip. Without further argument, the other man let go of Hachi's jacket. Turning quickly away, the stranger hurried over to the statue of Hachiko, where he dropped to his knees, dejected. The girl who'd been standing there was nowhere to be seen. Maybe this was the guy she'd been waiting on. The guy was clearly upset that she was missing. Hachi actually felt kind of bad for him. He decided it would be wise to leave while the guy's attention was elsewhere. Whew. He hurried back along the road to his house. The wind had gone out of his sails, and didn't feel much like cleaning up trash anymore. Oh well, guess I'll read some manga and go to bed. Better play it safe before the day got any worse. Alright, there he goes. That's the bad ending. 6 that we wanted. Tussle with a stranger. Hachi's interference with the young man, it was Kano, disrupted the detective's sting. If Hachi hadn't acted on impulse when he saw Kano heading for Itomi, things might have gone differently. But how can you make sure Kano doesn't return to the scramble and startle Hachi? The key lies further along in Kano's story. Okay, so cool. We figured it out. I had to go to a video to fucking... Alright, so I think I've got to correct the timeline here really quick. I have the chance of really fucking up the whole timeline here if I don't be careful, though. I feel like... Okay, so I should pick... I don't even remember what the fucking... Okay. There. Now I think I've corrected everything. Alright, everything is good. Everything is grand. And we're almost done with this the first hour's bad ends. You know what I'm saying? This is great. This is great. Just keep saying it over and over. This is great. Trust me. Trust me, we're fine. Alright, like I said, it won't be like this for super long here at the beginning. I want to do this for the first few hours of the in-game. Knock out some of the bad endings, then we can go back to the Tatsuno story here, do the thing. Hopefully it all makes sense to both you and I, the viewer and the player. This was bad, I should have... Okay. I have to scroll all the way back up here. Okay. Bup. I'm gonna go back to this video thing because I think the video thing is ending up gonna be our best friend because it doesn't really spoil anything. He goes here. Picks B. Kind of on his own job, he broke off his pursuit, pointing the next wave of detectives in the direction the foreigner had fled. Close enough to get a good look at the guy's face, but Kuze had ordered him to let go of the guy. Well, his boss should know what he was doing. The perp was somehow someone else's problem. Kano headed back to the scramble and took up his post again. Hitomi was still standing at the handoff point, staring wordily in the direction that the suspect had fled. No doubt she was wondering why, all of a sudden. Police had decided to let the guy go. Kano jogged over to Hitomi, but before he could reassure her... Oh! So it's the other bad. It's this bad ending, only from Kano's perspective. A sudden blow from behind sent him sprawling to the ground. Kano's mind flooded with rage as he scrambled back back to his feet. What the hell? He spun around and found himself grappling with a belligerent young man. What the hell is your problem, Kano? Snapped. What the hell is your problem? The stranger shot back. Let go of me. You let go of me first. After you let go of me, sure. You first, pal. Don't you call me pal, man. Don't call me man, pal. The crowd had begun to stare. Not good. Here he was, causing a scene in public, blowing his cover in the middle of an important case. This was neither the time nor place for some dumb random quarrel. Even as he came to his senses, Kano felt the strength ebb from the stranger's grip. He pushed the man away and quickly turned back toward Hitomi. Oh shit, no, she's gone. She was gone. He scanned the area for any sign of her, but she had vanished without a trace. Kuze's mobile command center had also disappeared. What did I miss? The blood drained from Kano's face. The investigation had left him utterly behind. There wasn't even any signal on his radio. They must have switched frequencies while he was caught up in the tussle. Kano turned back to confront the troublemaker. Disappeared. He was gone too. Kano spun on his heel, searching, but the young man was nowhere in sight. The attaché case, Hitomi, the troublemaker, he lost all three. Right out of the starting gate, he bungled the entire operation. He should have left Tatsuno to look after Hitomi and gone after the attaché case himself. What the hell was he doing? Kano felt his self-confidence ebbing away like water. Maybe it's time to move back to the sticks. Maybe Tokyo's too fast-paced for a screw-up like me. He had no idea what to do next, and so he just stood there, frozen, already drafting his letter of resignation in his head. Well, that's sad. This is a sad ending. Just because he got mugged by Achi. Number 2, lost sight of the kidnapper. Kano, I mean, we don't necessarily need to read these, but Kano lost sight of Hitomi because of the scuffle with Achiendo. If he had chased after the thief who took the attaché case, this probably wouldn't have happened. Go back to Kano's time 30 and try making a different choice. Hey, the guides are acting up weird, the written guides, but at the very least... Okay, so I gotta go back and actually follow and reset the timeline here. At least my checklist is handy. Okay, so by picking A... Good. So everything is golden. Alright, there's one more bad ending in this first hour then. It's so jank, dude. I hope this doesn't, especially as like a viewing thing, doesn't detract from the end of this. Like, to me as a player, I want to see the bad endings. And, I mean, I don't think this is spoilery saying this, especially with how hard I'm going at this. You kind of have to do this. You kind of have to do this to see the true endings, apparently, of this game, is what I'll say. So, I mean, and here's the thing. I could not look at a guide, and I could spend... Literally, like, if you were not playing with this game without a guide, and you were to just try to get all the bad endings and see everything just without that, you would be... This game will last you fucking centuries. B. Let's just get out of here. So then he backs out. He or she. I'm saying he, but... Oh shit, I've got to go to here. The man darted down a narrow alleyway. Kano ran faster. The man sprinted through the side streets. Evidently, he knew his way around Shibuya pretty well. He noticed two people over by a trash pile. At first, they appeared to be a young couple. Then, looking more closely, he realized that the girl was Hitomi. Mr. Kuze, I've located Hitomi Asawa. The couple took off running, the rough-looking guy dragging Hitomi by the hand. She's with a man in his 20s. Looks like she's being led away against her will. Clarify, please, Kuze demanded. What's going on? I'm not sure. Was this guy a member of some criminal group? It looked like the two were running away from something. Alright, we'll handle the foreigner. You go after Hitomi. Got it. Kano sprang into action. Stop right there! The young man glanced back at Kano, but rather than stopping, he picked up speed, continuing to drag Hitomi along with him. She didn't seem quite able to keep up. Kano knew he could catch them. He tried to close the distance in a sprint. After a short distance, the young man stopped, realizing he couldn't outrun his pursuer. There's Aya Kamiki in the background, shielding Hitomi behind him. He glowered at Kano. Why did you run off? Kano demanded. Because you were chasing us. A blatant lie. People don't just bolt like that without good reason. The young tough started edging away, keeping Hitomi behind him. Kano followed. Look, just let the girl go. The guy glanced back at Hitomi. She shook her head fearfully. Maybe this troublemaker had warned her to keep her mouth shut. You've got this, Kano. Just don't let them out of your sight. Gah! A sudden blow to the top of his head left him staggering. Fuck? His eyes spun as he reeled with vertigo. Was that? Okay, for some reason that word looked... There was a flapping sound, and a vague black shape wheeled above him. Was that a crow? Was that a crow? It's a book, man. It was the last thing Kano saw before his vision went dark. Attacked with a book? Wow. Bad ending. Attacked with a book. Number 3, was that a crow? In the midst of chasing the man who snatched the Itachi case, Kano happened across Hitomi and Achi. While confronting them, he suffered a blow to the head and was knocked out cold, but Achi only came this way because he thought it was the quickest way to escape with Hitomi. If he'd gone for the police box instead, things might have gone differently. The key is what Achi does. At 10:35. So I gotta go back, go to the police box. But that's all the bad endings for this hour. 10:35. Taking her hand, reset, police box, should be golden. Look at that. Everything's great. If I see Jack and Tatsuno spaces, then we're great. We're golden. Everything's good. Okay, so that's that hour's done, as I said. Good job, Austin. So, Jake. Okay, so here we go. Into here. The videos are actually very much helping. I'm gonna be honest. Seeing his chance, Achi lunged forward in an attempt to wrest the gun. So he wrestles with the cane man. Remember, we're at the cane. Oh, we gotta go all the way. Oh no. This sucks. Okay, we're gonna have to read for a while, or maybe I'll be able to scroll. I'm not 100% sure how this game does this. Okay. Now where am I? I gotta be like, now where am I? Oh, I'm still... This was terrible. You know what? The thing is, because this might all be technically new, I should probably just read. Let's just read. Let's just be good. Asawa called up Tanaka over the intercom. Remember, Tanaka? There's something I want to show you. Could you come in here? He needed a second opinion. Tanaka could be relied upon. Asawa opened the door the moment Tanaka knocked. He looked around before ushering his vice director inside. What's this about, sir? This. Asawa showed him one of the images. Tanaka's face went pale. I'm curious. Let me just... No, that's not that's not the button I meant. How many bad endings do I have so far in total? Oh, this won't tell me easily, will it? Okay, that, unless I miscounted, says 45. That may or may not be important at some point. I'm trying my best. Honestly, this is for me, but I think for the viewers, this is, I'm giving you the most comprehensive playthrough of the Scramble. So don't be yelling at your monitors being like, hey, the fuck are you doing, man? Don't say, I don't ever try, for you. For your viewing pleasure. Okay, let's get the fuck out of here and continue. It can't be. Tanaka clearly recognized the symptoms of the Ua virus. Any idea what this is about? Sawa asked. No, sir. These images were just emailed to me. The subject line says 1 year ago, South Africa. That would put it around the same time as the most recent run of infections, wouldn't it, sir? But that information isn't... Tanaka trailed off. Asawa nodded. The thing I don't understand is why these pictures were sent to me. Asawa opened the other email from A. The second image I got says that these pictures are my crimes. I'll look into this on my end, sir, Tanaka said. He hesitated uncomfortably. Sir, just to make sure Are you asking about what I think you're asking about? Sawa said. Tanaka gave a slight nod. Understood, Sawa said. Don't worry. I won't trouble you. I appreciate that, sir. Visibly relieved, Tanaka left the study. You cheating bastard! Asawa brought up a folder marked Ua virus on his screen. Within the folder were enlarged images of the virus itself. He double-clicked one of the images. It blew up on the monitor, revealed the pathogen in intricate detail. A specimen of the Ua virus was approximately 100 nanometers in diameter. 10,000 of them in line could take up barely a millimeter. But a single, tiny virion, upon entering the human body, could become 2,000 in an hour. That speed of multiplication was nothing short of astonishing. Even the Ebola virus had a typical incubation period of 7 days or so before infectees developed symptoms. For influenza, it was 1 or 2. But the onset of the Ua virus happened in a mere 12 hours. Asawa viewed an image slideshow of the virus's propagation mechanism. It was a fascinating sight, no matter how many times he looked at it. Viruses existed to multiply, nothing more. They had no motives, no driving logic. Nothing but simple multiplication. To Asawa, that fact held a certain air of mystery. If viruses had emotions, how would they feel about their lives? He had thrown himself into virus research in search of answers to questions like that, answers that no man could truly know. His development of the antiviral agent had really been nothing more than another job responsibility. He felt no particular sense of duty to protect people from a killer virus. He was just happy for the chance to play around with Ua day after day. That's weird. Another email arrived in his inbox. Asawa furrowed his brow as he scanned the message. Emergency alert. Come to Heaven Publishing ASAP. If not, someone is going to die. Minoru Minorikawa. Heaven Publishing. Minoru Minorikawa. Sawa wasn't familiar with either of those names. He wondered if it was related to the mysterious emails he'd received earlier. Or maybe the sender had some information about the kidnapping. The fact that the message had been signed with a real name instead of a pseudonym, along with its obvious urgency, certainly gave it an air of truth. And the words "someone is going to die" filled him with a wave of panic. Maria! There was no time to waste. In a rush, he found directions to Heaven Publishing on his computer, then slipped out of the house. It took a good while to find his way to the multi-tenant building. The signs in front showed that Heaven Publishing occupied the 3rd and 4th floors. Asawa took the elevator to the 3rd floor. He peeked inside the offices there, only to find the entire place empty. The 4th floor was likewise deserted. Oh, God. There was a rope dangling from the ceiling, tied off into a noose. It all seemed rather sinister, but Asawa had no idea what it meant. He waited a good 30 minutes, anxious the whole time. The half hour turned into an hour, and then to 2. It seemed that no one was going to turn up. Sawa headed back to the 3rd floor. He decided to wait there for 1 more hour. By now he was committed. The extra hour turned into 2. Exhausted, he dozed off in his chair, and when he came to, it was close to sundown. Sunset already? He gazed out the window, the haze of sleep still clinging to his mind. He had the feeling he was forgetting something important, but the sight of the sun quietly setting over the cityscape made the crisis of life feel strangely distant. The time of peace and quiet he had longed for was right here. What the fuck? What kind of bad ending is this? Escape from reality. A mysterious email told Asawa to go to Heaven Publishing, but there was nobody there. This email was sent by Minorikawa, of course. At around 11:30, he blasted out an email to all the reporters he knew, but in his hurry, he screwed up one of the addresses, which, coincidentally, delivered a copy of the message to Asawa. Obviously, this never would have happened if Minorikawa hadn't rushed out that email. I mean, sure, but... What? Okay, so I gotta go back. Now it's all fucked up. It's all fucked up. That was like a Vinny line, I think. Okay, the next one's apparently kind of complicated because it's a longer video, so great. I'm gonna go back, so how to fix this would be... not doing whatever I did here, I think. See, A, bad. This should fix everything. Yes, okay, cool. Alright, so this one is telling me to go into here. Clutching the free sample in my furry fist, I try to force it onto the disheveled fellow to my right. Alright, backs out. Goes here. Goes here. Hooks into here. Glancing around, Kano noticed other MPD investigators who had slipped aboard the train as well. The suspect stood behind the driver's compartment, staring contemplatively at the scenery outside. The man's composure only served to rattle Kano more. A man in a gaudy necktie walked past Kano, talking on his cell phone. Wait! Gotti! Holy shit, we're revealing so much. It's fucking Katayama. Yes, everything's going fine on this end, he said. There's no need to worry. In his other hand, he carried the same sort of Itachi case as the man they were tailing. Holy shit, look at this reveal. This is great. He headed right toward the driver's compartment and stood next to the suspect. What are the chances? Well, now that's not suspicious. Kano leaned his head subtly, straining to make out what he could of the phone conversation on the other end of the car. This is so scary. Yes, of course. 225 pages, all fully proofread. 225? That was police jargon for kidnapping. Was this guy in cahoots with the kidnapper? Maybe the criminals had planned an Itachi case swap. Kano watched the newcomer like a hawk. But rather than making contact with the suspect, the man turned around and strolled back the way he'd come. He hadn't done anything suspicious at all. Yes, right. Understood. Kano stole a glimpse of the man's face as he passed. He stopped and looked at Kano, seemingly aware that he was being watched. Kano decided to... what do I do here? This person just sits at the screen for a while. Doesn't know what to do. It's just the video's just like, oh, we don't know. Okay, he's gonna make a choice soon here, I think. I think I'd probably pick stare him down, right? Yeah, okay, because I didn't pick that before. Kano decided to stare him down. Ah, my apologies, the man said. He shut his phone with a click. I know it's rather rude to talk on one's cell phone when you're on a train. That's just common decency! Oh, the game was telling me all along. The man affected a smile, then headed back to the car from which he'd come. This fucking game, man. Go back, see the other parts if you don't know what I'm talking about. Here we go. Sheesh. Guess I overreacted. You gotta stop staring at everyone, an oddly dressed passenger murmured into Kano's ear. Blend into your surroundings more. Sasayama? When'd you get here? His partner had somehow found time to change his disguise. The steely expression on his face was at odds with his anime nerd getup. Kano had seen Sasayama disguise himself as plenty of things throughout the years. Chef, magician, samurai, and an astronaut, to name a few. But this was a new extreme, even for him. Have I never... Disguise. Oh my god, look at this. We get a video. What a treat. It's quite rare for Sasayama to actually wear a suit. On the rare occasions when he does, and he's walking the halls of his home precinct, he frequently goes unrecognized. Here are some of Sasayama's costume designs from his evidence notebook. Santa is a must for Christmas. This is great. Stakeouts with a smile. Keep presents in bag to calm down children in case of emergency. Oh, what is this? Filled with posters and figurines. Glasses are crucial. Prized possession clutched to chest. Point is to draw attention in crowded train cars. Use this for train stakeouts. Don't forget awkward smile. Bag of merch. Going too far? Question mark. Tragic expression. Disguise for stakeouts at dockside warehouses. Sunglasses. Let coworkers know beforehand so as to not be mistaken for a real thing. Suit and posture amplify wild animal side. Arrest cooks while practicing discipline. Might help to stop funeral robbers? And question mark. Law. Handcuffs up sleeves. This is great. Being able to see fake designs for nighttime stakeouts, hardcore material emphasizes bulginess in final version. Plenty of exposure. That was great. When he first joined the force, Kano had found Sasayama's costuming antics amusing, wondering where he managed to find his outfits, but lately his quirk had become tedious. Like the ocean? Huh? Never mind. Sasayama pulled a small bottle from his breast pocket. Drink this while you can. Guessing you haven't eaten. Huh? What's this? The least I could do. He handed Kano the bottle, then slipped away into the next compartment. He'd pulled an all-nighter and hadn't eaten, so he's glad to have something. He took a sip. Whatever this was bland. Almost didn't taste like anything. Just what had Sasayama given him? Oh, what the heck? Anything's better than nothing. He brought the bottle to his lips and chugged the contents down. He suddenly got a massive head rush. He felt a heat. A heat like a burning that spread from his insides throughout his whole body. No, that wasn't right. It was an ache. It was a ferocious ache, a burning that spread from his insides to his fingertips. And there was pain, a numbing that spread from his insides all the way down to his toes. Burning, aching, hurting. Burning, aching, hurting. Burning, aching, hurting. Twitchy, itchy, dizzy, sleepy, chilly, willy-nilly. This was not good. This was super duper not good. He broke into a cold sweat, his forehead drenched, his body damp and clammy all over. He felt his grip of consciousness slipping. Sasayama, what the hell did you do to me? With bleary eyes, he squinted to read the writing on the bottle. Burn. After a scant few letters, Kano blacked out. Bad, and he died. The least he could do. Number 8. Kano blacked out after drinking an unknown substance without checking to see what it was. What he drank, it turns out, was a free sample of something called Burning Hammer, but don't blame Sasayama, he was just passing along a sample he got from someone in a mascot costume. Cool. So I can easily fix that wrong. Go here. Don't choose Sasayama. Alright, we're at a good pace. These videos I found, this is... There we go. Okay, this was the best idea. Oh, what a shit show. Okay. Okay. So, ba-dum-bum-bump. It's a neat little playlist. Okay, next ending time. Let's go. Apparently here. Here. Alright, let's see what he picks. Okay, he picks A. It's a little early, but maybe he should just go to Center Guy and get an interview at the diet drink sales demo. I start gathering material about the diet drink sales demo. Once the event started, things might be too busy for him to get any face time. If he got there ahead of time, he'd be able to ask more questions. Okay, I'm heading out. Don't even think about doing anything else stupid while I'm gone. Got it. Norikawa tossed the draft proposal into his bag and hurried out of Heaven Publishing. So then he gets out and goes to... Oh, we gotta start here then. Alright, let's go. This is fine. Somehow I managed to drag myself away from the shop. Just a few minutes later, I ran into Mr. Yanagashita. It's the origin story. Hey, a voice said out of nowhere. If you want, I could pay you 10,000 for a day's work. I found myself staring at this frumpy, middle-aged man who was handing me his business card. Managing Director, Junichi Yanagashita, Yamato Health Foods Co. Limited. I'm in a real bind here, need some extra help. Would you mind coming with me? I'm begging you, just one day. He seemed pretty sketchy. As much as I needed money for the necklace, I wasn't going anywhere with some random weirdo. I ignored him and tried to walk off. Please, please! Yanagashita grabbed me by the hand. Watch it, pal. I snapped. Hands off or I start shouting for help. Please, it's not like that. Just hear me out. Look, I'm in a hurry. Please. Please. Knock it off. I spun forcefully away from him, yanking my hand from his grip. Oh! Yanagashita whirled through the air and fell into the bushes. Whoa, where'd that come from? He gasped. His eyes were wide as saucers. You a martial artist or something? No, I think that was just a fluke. The truth was, I was surprised myself at how well I'd pulled off that escape move. Oh, okay then. Look, I'm sorry, can you give me a hand? No way. No, I mean, give me your hand. My hip's killing me here. I like that line, can you give me a hand? No way. dirty. I guess the least I could do is help the guy get to his feet. Look, why are you hounding me so much? Please, don't be angry. The moment I saw you, I just felt it. You're the only person who can possibly do this job for me. I let out a sigh, but my interest was admittedly piqued. What kind of job? I need a sales rep for a health supplement. I want you to do PR as a dieting success story for my product. Just look at you. You have the body of an actress. Sales are going to go through the roof. Well, it was hard to feel too offended when he told me that. The job didn't seem as fishy as I initially suspected. Alright, maybe I'm interested, I said. There's just one thing. Yeah, whatever it is, I'm sure I can handle it. I need 20,000 yen as soon as possible. So if the day only pays 10,000? Alright then, if you can sell 100 bottles at your sales event, I'll throw in another 10,000 as a bonus. How's that sound? I certainly couldn't think of any other way I was going to earn 20,000 yen in a single day. This might be exactly the break I needed. You got a deal. You have my services for the day, I said, bowing my head. Yes! Yanagashita jumped for joy. What about your hip? Huh? Oh, yeah, it's better now, all better. Fixed itself just now. Yanagashita bowed deeply as he gave him a dubious look. Look, I'm sorry, he added hurriedly. I wasn't trying to pull a fast one on you, honest. I was just scouting for talent and I saw you and, well, was trusting this guy really the best idea? I was starting to worry just a little about whether he'd actually pay up. Look, I've staked everything on the sales demo later today, he went on. This is the make or break opportunity of a lifetime. Sure. I'll be honest with you, I'm in a ton of debt. 2 million yen. 2 million. Yanagashita's tone had taken on a feverish intensity. If I don't pay it back by the end of the day, then boy, howdy am I up the creek without a paddle. How did you even get into a situation like that, I asked. He gazed skyward, a far-off look in his eyes. Because even if he knows he has no chance of winning, sometimes a man just has to stand and fight. But I guess a girl like you wouldn't understand. He laughed and smiled at his own words. But he was right. I sure as heck didn't understand in the slightest. Anyway, real quick, could you put this on? Mr. Yanagashita briskly rummaged through his bindle, then thrust a cat costume out toward me. What? Here? Yeah, before the sales event. You gotta hand out some samples. The job's already started, you know. And with that, Mr. Yanagashita went about getting me into the mascot suit. Looking back on it, it was a pretty ridiculous turn of events. Still, if I'm going to get my hands on that necklace, I have to take the chance that this job will pay out. There's a knock at the door. Huh? Who could that be? Mr. Yanagashita asks. We got a customer already? He opens the door and heads outside. No way is that a customer, Chiri says. I mean, right? She guzzles from her 2-liter bottle of iced tea. No one's going to buy something as sketchy as this. I guess not, I agree. About the only thing I can really say about burning hammer is that it's spicy. Anyhow, Chiri says, want to get something to eat? But you just ate lunch. 2 lunches. I know this amazing Chinese buffet. Want to come along? Because I am gonna dominate. Huh? Someday I plan to chow my way through every item on their menu. Before I can respond, I hear a sudden outburst in the hallway. What the hell are you thinking, selling something like this? The voice sounds harsh and strained. It's quickly followed by another voice. Mr. Yanagashita sounding desperately apologetic. Well, be fair, now I did ask whether or not you were on an empty stomach. He must have given someone some burning hammer, huh? I say. Chiri nods. Yeah, maybe. But that's weird. Did we really get a customer this early? Yeah, isn't the sales demo not until 1 o'clock? There are more sounds from the hallway. Chiri gets a weird look on her face. Whoa, what? What the heck? What's going on? Holy shit. Die! Suddenly a man kicks down the door and bursts in, shrieking like a madman. His face is flushed, steam is erupting from every pore. Jesus, Chiri and I can only stare, frozen with bewilderment as he rampages around the room, smashing everything in sight. In a matter of moments, the venue is completely totaled. Then the guy simply charges back out the door. No chance of holding a sales demo now. Why did this have to happen? Who was that guy? Why did he have to do this? That's definitely a bad ending. Demo postponed. There wasn't much Tama and Chiri could do. I almost forgot about the name Tama. Could you stop the strange intruder from destroying the sales vent? But why did he show up in the first place, especially at this hour? The man in question has a clear choice to make at 11:30, and poor Tama's fate hinges on what he decides. Okay, so the thing I'm seeing and noticing here, right, is that I didn't see a lot of these bad endings because I would usually ride someone's story all the way to the end that I could until I got to like a keep out or something. But a lot of these endings, like that one, I would have to go to Minorikawa, pick this option, and then switch over to Tama's mid thing and kind of... if that makes sense. So a lot of these bad endings, I assume, like we saw it in the first hour too, like, it's because I would pick a something and then go into the other person's thing. You know, and that's just not how I was playing the game. Alright, one more bad ending for this hour as well. But to be fair, I did hit a lot of bad endings. Like, I'm looking at my checklist, and like, I didn't miss that many. Oh, I'm going back into here, it says. So, it's going back into here. Oh! Duh! I'm so dumb. This would be the bad ending if we, from Minorikawa's perspective. Duh. So I can just read this. Okay, it was a little early, but maybe you should just go to Center Guy and start gathering material about the diet drink sales demo. Once he'd be able to ask more questions. Okay, so it's just the bad ending from that we just saw from Minorikawa's perspective. Makes total sense. Okay, I'm heading out. And don't even think about doing anything else stupid while I'm gone. Got it? Minorikawa tossed the draft proposal into his bag and hurried out of Heaven Publishing. So we get to see him drink the burning hammer from Mr. Yanagashita, get pissed, destroy the demo. Great. Preparations for the burning hammer diet drink sales demo seemed to be well underway when he arrived at the Nokane building. Minorikawa could hear voices from somewhere ahead as he made his way down the corridor. It is interesting to see, like, these more humbler beginnings of this game. Like this. Oh, this is a good picture, too. He knocked on the door and a tired-looking man poked his head out. Yes? Can I help you? Hi, my name is Minorikawa. I'm a freelance writer. I'd like to interview you about Burning Hammer. I said Burning Hammer. Oh, an interview. The man's face lit up with an enormous smile. Are you the person in charge, then? Minorikawa asked. That's me. Name's Shinichi. Oh, I've got the burps now. Yanagashita. Thanks for your interest in Burning Hammer. Drink all you want and just burn those pounds away. Instant sales pitch. Well, at least the guy was confident in his product. Is that tagline actually true? Minorikawa asked. The more you drink, the more you lose. Absolutely. Have a try for yourself and you'll see. Here, a free sample. Yanagashita produced a small bottle from his jacket pocket. It was filled with some kind of red liquid. So, this is Burning Hammer, huh? Yes, and I don't mind telling you, it's a fantastic product. The proud smile on Yanagashita's face spread from ear to ear. Minorikawa opened the bottle. Oh, hey, Yanagashita said quickly. Before you drink that. What? You're not on an empty stomach right now, are you? Minorikawa blinked. What? Well, it's just, if you drink the product on an empty stomach, how do I put this? There are some minor health, it's just the body might not, look, don't sweat the details, it's fine, Minorikawa said. I didn't have any breakfast this morning, but hey. Here we go, we get to see Minorikawa get pissed again. He tipped the tiny bottle back and drained it in a single go. It didn't taste bad, really. In fact, it didn't taste like much of anything. All the bad endings we've seen tonight are like people drinking Burning Hammer. Not much flavor, huh? He said. Well, yeah, it starts out that way, in the beginning. Are you feeling alright? Alright, how? Just, you know, alright? Are you sure you're feeling fine? Look, what is it? Minoru asked. If you want to say something, just say it. Well, alright then. So it turns out that if you drink it on an empty stomach, some nasty stuff can happen. Nasty stuff? Meaning what exactly? Well, let's see. First, there's a tingling sensation on your tongue. Indeed, an uncomfortable tingling was starting to spread along Minoru's tongue. After that, your whole body starts to get hot, like froosh. Minoru felt a flush spread across the skin. You'll start sweating all over. Sweat was practically steaming from his pores. A sort of steam will start coming out of your ears and nose. Oh, good. Water vapor began to gush from his ears and nostrils as if it were a kettle and had reached a boil. And finally... Holy shit. Before Minoru could hear what the last thing was, his body launched into the air like a rocket. His head crashed into the ceiling, and he crumpled right back to the floor. It felt like his heart might shoot out from his throat at any moment. Yeah, it goes kind of like that, Yanagashita finished. He looked down at Minoru with pity in his eyes. It goes kind of like that? What the hell are you thinking selling something like this? Well, it's just... This isn't a diet aid, it's a death trap. Minoru shuddered, his whole body racked with pain. Well, to be fair now, I did ask whether or not you were on an empty stomach. Go to hell, you psychopath! You can't be allowed to sell this poison. I'm taking you down. Clutching his pen as if it were a sword, Minoru lurched to his feet, his mind little more than a blur. Die! He lunged for his foe. Yanagashita screamed. Over the course of the next 2 hours, Minoru chased the diet drink salesman around the building in a berserk haze. When someone finally alerted the police, it took 4 officers to subdue him. And when he finally came to his senses in his detention cell, the 4-star General Gossip deadline had long since passed. He turned and faced the wall, muttering to himself. If only I'd eaten breakfast. If only he had eaten breakfast. Bad ending, number 14. Feeling the burn. Drinking Burning Hammer turned Minoru into a rampaging maniac who wound up getting himself arrested. So yeah, showing up the sales demo ahead of schedule, bad call. Maybe when he had time to kill, he should have visited Endo Electronics instead. And there's that. And that's the last bad ending of that hour as well. So I gotta go back into here, fix this. And then we'll go to the next hour. See, alright. The written guides, not great. They might have been great if you were starting them from the beginning, I think. It makes a lot more sense. But these visual things, this visual video playlist I found someone... I'm gonna shout out, I should shout out the viewer, shouldn't I? Like this one, for this guy, this bad ending only has 97 views. But they put it into a nice little playlist. Way321. Way, that's WEI 321 on YouTube. Nice little playlist of all the bad endings, apparently. I just gotta make sure I don't scroll too fast or too far to see things I don't want to see, potentially. So I should pick Endo Electronics. There's a bit of a hike. Bump up. Okay, that hour is done with bad endings. So next we'll probably do the 12 to 13. There's only, well, I'm not gonna say too much, but there's only really like one bad ending there we need to do right now. And then only one bad ending in the next hour, and then a few in the next. So it's not gonna be that long to get these. So I'm gonna get a drink of water though first, real quick. And, I'll be right back. Give me a sec. I mentioned this on a previous stream. I took the mint berry pill thing. So bad. So bad. Alright, what's going on here? Here we go. Something about a weird sound. Okay, it's A. And they back out. And it's him going to I's room, apparently. He knocked on the door to I's room, but there was no response. It didn't look like she'd gotten back home yet. Asawa let himself in. I do kind of recall this, remember? The stinging scent of her perfume pervaded the room, which was decorated all in white. Clothes were strewn all about, as if to put her slovenliness on display. She'd been like this ever since they'd gotten married, and Asawa had long since stopped caring. It must have been I who tried to flush the ticket. He knew she didn't want him going to America, but still, couldn't she have found a better way to get rid of it? Thanks to her, he'd been stuck hunched over the damn toilet fighting with the plunger. Oh yeah, remember this great moment? Asawa sat down on the bed amidst the brand-name clothing, then he spotted something odd down by his feet. It was a gold cigarette lighter. Just when had I picked up smoking. Asawa picked up the lighter and set it on the shelf next to the bed. He started out of the room, but then he noticed a scrapbook on the bookshelf. The rest of the shelf was filled with fashion magazines, so the scrapbook definitely drew his eye. Curious, he took it down and opened it. Uh-oh. Suddenly, Kajiwara came barging into the room. "Mr. Asawa," he cried out. "It's your wife. She's gone completely hysterical." "She's what?" "Please, follow me." Kajiwara led Asawa to the cafe where I had gone. The instant he opened the door, Asawa's ears were assaulted by a veritable whirlwind of verbal fury. "The hell are you doing? Hurry up and arrest this man!" The grating, histrionic voice was none other than I's. "Ma'am, please," begged the officer she was verbally assaulting. "It's fucking music. I just need you to come with me for a while so I can ask you a few questions about the situation." The officer looked nearly on the verge of tears. A strange man not to be outdone by shouting added his own voice to the chorus. "Hurry up and find that listening device. She's got one on her, I'm sure of it." "Oh, shut up. Please shut up." He'd only just stepped in through the door, and already Asawa wanted to run away. The cafe was almost deserted. Probably the rest of the clientele had been driven off. What few customers remained were rooted to their seats, apparently afraid of getting caught up in the mayhem themselves. "How dare you call yourself a police officer?" I harped. "This is dereliction of duty is what it is." "Ma'am, please." The officer was in tears now. "To think that good taxpayer money pays your salary. Ma'am, please." "Recording a conversation without consent is a pretty serious crime," the other man railed. "Not cracking down on that, that's dereliction of duty." "Sir, please." "You know what? Fine. I'll find the bug myself." "Sir, please," the policeman exclaimed again as the man advanced toward I, holding out some kind of electronic device. I recoiled. "Stop that at once. Don't you dare touch my belongings." "Aha, so you do have something to hide." "Oh, look at this." All right. Kajiwara interposed himself between I and the strange man. "Oh, not you," I groaned. "Why don't you mind your own business and get the hell out of here?" "Yeah," the man agreed. "Mind your own business." "Oh, don't you mind me," Kajiwara replied. "Ma'am, your husband is here." He gestured at Asawa. Asawa hadn't expected to be put on the spot. He stood frozen, speechless. "Now what?" I snarled. "What do you want?" Nothing in particular, Asawa began to back away on reflex, but I closed in on him. "That's how it's always with you," she shrieked. "You never care one whit what I do you? And you know what? That's fine. But it wouldn't kill you to show a little concern when I'm under attack like this." You're her husband? The strange man demanded. Look, someone's planted a bug on your wife. Could she be caught up in something big? Tell me. Why? Why are they all coming at me now? Sir, please, the officer, too, turned to Asala. We just want to hear your wife's side of the story. Now I'm afraid I'll have to ask all of you to accompany me back to the station. Asala felt like he was standing in the eye of a hurricane that was whirling faster and faster. Are you even listening? Hey, you listening to us all right, man? Everybody, please. Asala simply stood, paralyzed, and stared as the storm of fury raged on and on. But no matter how hard he wished for some escape, the storm showed no signs of passing him by. I want to go home. I never should have come here. Why? Why did any of this have to happen? Aya goes overboard. Asala walked into the middle of an argument between his wife and some weirdo at the cafe. The fight kept escalating until everyone involved got an invite down to the police station. It's doubtful that anything Asala could have said would have stopped Aya from leaving the house in a huff. So, maybe the guy she's arguing with needs to change what he does. Yeah, Minorikawa. Change what you do. See, this is the thing. So I had seen this bad end. And we saw it was him fighting with her from Minorikawa's perspective, but I would never have gone. I just went back and changed what I did to the correct thing, and I would never have thought to go back into Asawa's story to then see the bad ending. Is that making sense? Is this making sense to the people's? So I need to choose B, I assume. Okay. I know I said I only needed to get one during this hour, but I might as well clean up the hour, you know? We're on such a good pace. Okay. Next thing, let's see how to do this. Interesting. Okay, so I gotta go here? Isn't this where the cockroach thing was happening? Am I gonna get a bad ending involving a cockroach? I challenge it to single combat. And then backs out. Oh. Simple enough. Interesting. I guess we're gonna find out. I have a bad feeling it has something to do with cockroach. La cucaracha. Just then a bit of light shone into the alleyway from above. Oh yeah, because that's fucking the Tama at the time. Also in the thing. It looked like someone on the adjacent building's upper floor had turned on the lights. The light illuminated Tomi's face. When Achi saw the look in her eyes, he reconsidered his decision. She was trying her hardest to hide it, but she was clearly terrified. No way was he letting her go back out there alone. Still, if he tried to insist, she would only refuse him again. Tomi, humor me for a second here. Tell me, what's the proper way to dispose of a plastic bottle? She stared at him in surprise. Well, first you remove the cap and the wrapper. Then you rinse out the inside and crush it. Achi let out the breath he'd been holding. Okay, good. Huh? I don't understand. What's good? You gave me my reason why I have to help you out. I super respect people who respect the environment. What a dumbass line. I'm one of those whatchamacallits, an environmentalist. Achi pointed at his Mean Clean t-shirt. What a dope. Hitomi hesitated. And what was your plan if I'd said the answer was to toss the plastic in with the trash? Well, then I'd need to stick with you to help teach you. Environmental awareness begins with good education. So then you were just gonna tag along with me regardless. Look, I'm just super pumped to learn that you care so much about proper recycling. Maybe I should use these kinds of pickup lines. Achi cracked a huge grin. I can't tell if I've made a joke similar to that when we were first around this part, but who fucking knows. Okay then. Okay. If you're really that sure about it, I guess I could use your help a little while longer. Hitomi flashed him a little smile. Man, she's so cute, Achi thought. Then something else caught his eye. Huh? What's that there? It looked like something black was stuck to the top of her head. Oh, fucking hell no. Achi, what are you staring at? You've got something stuck there. What, on my head? Without thinking, Hitomi reached up and plucked it off. Oh, God. No! It was about 10 centimeters long, its body a glistening black, sporting feelers and several pairs of legs. It began to writhe and wriggle between Hitomi's slender fingers. Gah! Achi yelped, it's a cockroach! He jumped backward, but Hitomi didn't so much as flinch. Ooh, sorry. They made a little bit of a start, he continued. Guess it must have fallen from one of those windows up there. Still, Hitomi did not move. Hitomi? She didn't appear to hear him. Hello? Hitomi? Ooh. With muffled gargle, Hitomi passed out on the spot, her body stiff as a mannequin. Jeez. What? Hitomi, are you okay? Hitomi! 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 But no matter how loudly Achi called her name, Hitomi would not come to. That's gotta be a bad ending, yeah? He ditched Hitomi because she passed out. The end. From that day onward, Achi devoted even more of his time and energy to collecting trash. It became his personal passion to see that his city was a clean one, devoid of cockroaches. That was the mandate he had been handed, or, if nothing else, his atonement. Is another picture of Aya Kamiki back there? It's because, so she passed out from a cockroach. Oh, are you fucking kidding me? She died? She's looking down from heaven? His crusade against the cockroaches? I can't fucking believe this game. I can't believe it. Hitomi passed out after a cockroach fell onto her head. From out of nowhere. Well, not out of nowhere exactly. Hitomi and Achi were right underneath the Nokane building, where they're selling Burning Hammer. A cat and a cockroach had been fighting it out on one of the upper floors. That's funny, that's a cat and a cockroach. The cat was victorious, but if it had run away instead, things would have turned out differently down below. That's good. That's good. That's a good bad ending. That is a very good bad ending. I respect that bad ending so much. Just gonna pick this, I guess. Sorry, I'd gotten a text here. So. Okay, there we go. Corrected. All right. Next bad ending. Let's go. The blistering pace we go. Okay, we're going to Achi. This guy will just not give up. Far into the alley, he could see a forklift parked beside a pile of cardboard boxes. Achi decided to... Oh, I'm assuming we gotta hop into the forklift and drive it at the assassin. Nothing bad will happen. Yes. This ends now! Achi leapt into the forklift and hit the ignition. The engine roared to life. He lowered the forks and stepped on the accelerator. Picking up the pallet of cardboard boxes, he charged toward the man with the cane. tower of boxes struck the man with a thud. Archie kept accelerating, driving him back a good 10 meters or so. Fucking kill a man. The gunman let out a low grunt at the impact. Archie then hit the brake, shifted back in reverse, and hit the gas again, backing up as fast as he could. The box crashed down in a heap, burying the assassin underneath. Several small bottles spilled from the broken cardboard and shattered on the pavement. Hey, the hell are you doing? A middle-aged man in a sanitation uniform had come running at the sound of the forklift. Sorry, man, gotta run, Archie exclaimed as he jumped from the vehicle. And don't forget to recycle that glass. He took Atomi's hand and sprinted away down the alleyway. The sanitation worker glowered after him, then turned and gazed despondently at the jumbled pile of boxes and broken glass. This is... The ragged breathing echoed through the maze of side streets. All that work just to wind up fleeing for their lives again. Oh, I assume I gotta do a thing. Probably have to... Oh. Here I am just fucking reading. I'm supposed to go here to then see... Because all that was probably Burning Hammer, and so I gotta see that she goes, oh, the fucking Burning Hammer! No matter where I wander, though, I don't spot the truck anywhere. Now there's only 15 minutes before the demo's supposed to start. I better make my way back to the venue. Maybe Cheery had better luck in her search. Back at the break room, I'm met by Mr. Yanagashita, who positively radiates despair. Did you find it? I'm sorry, I tried. Yanagashita's shoulders slumped further at my response. Have you heard from Cheery? I ask. No, nothing yet. I guess she's our last hope. All of a sudden, Mr. Yanagashita holds up a pendant. The situation's rough. I'd like you to wear this. It's a miracle stone like the one I saw back in the storeroom earlier. This ought to kick up your luck a notch. Now I see it. Now I see that Yanagashita is wearing another miracle stone around his own neck, using one bit of sham merchandise to help find another. Nice. This is the pinnacle of pitiful. That's what this is. Hurry up, put it on, before the luck runs out. Mr. Yanagashita's eyes are all bloodshot. Something tells me that refusing his request wouldn't be wise right now. After a moment's hesitation, I take hold of the pendant. The stone is blue and glittery. Is that Cheery? Mr. Yanagashita squeaks. He whips out his phone. Ah, no, sorry, he mutters after listening for a moment. I think you have the wrong number. Guess it isn't Cheery after all. Okay. And yet he stays on the line. Huh? Really? His tone suddenly does a complete 180. Yes, please, thank you so much. As soon as he hangs up, Yanagashita strikes a victory pose. It's a miracle! Burning Hammer is back, baby! The recycling guy realized his mix-up and returned the boxes to the loading dock. Whoa, for real? You guys did great. You girls did great. Thank you. From the bottom of my heart. I've never seen someone come so close to literally jumping for joy. I'm gonna go prep the demo room. Tama, you go bring the Burning Hammer inside. With that, Mr. Yanagashita practically flies out of the room. No way, I murmur to myself. This thing didn't actually work, did it? I examine the miracle stone more closely. It just looks like some kind of toy jewelry. I wish that I actually get paid my 20,000 yen. Hey, it's worth a shot. With the miracle stone still clutched in my hand, I hurry out to the loading dock. It's all gonna be fucking broken, right? Right? I brace myself before actually stepping out the door. It's not there! Where is it? Oh, it's... I look and I look, but see no sign whatsoever of any Burning Hammer. In a panic, I call the recycling guy. Well, I definitely returned it to the loading dock, I can assure you that. If you're telling me it's not there now, unfortunately, that isn't my responsibility. He hangs up. Didn't even sound like he cared. I looked around a little more, but to no avail. Yeah, it's definitely not here. Did someone else take it, maybe? As I hang my head in dismay, a middle-aged man in a sanitation uniform passes by, hauling a big garbage bag. He flashes me a curious look. What do we do, Tama? Mr. Yamashita freaks out when he hears the burning hammer's missing. Please, you gotta give me something. I'm not really sure, sir. Now my boss is an even bigger wreck than he was before. This job is toast. Any money I was going to get paid is going up in smoke. Just like all my hopes and dreams at this point. I guess maybe we could try selling the Anagachis? Or something? It's not much of a suggestion, but it's all I got. Mr. Yamashita looks at me intently. Wait, what did you just say? Huh? What did you just say? Or something? No, before that. I guess maybe we could try selling the Anagachis? I can almost see the wheels turning in his head as a smile slowly creeps back onto his face. That's it? That's it? That's it? I'm certain I see an actual gleam in his eyes. Right then. I guess that's our only real option. No, wait, this is a sign. That burning hammer didn't just vanish by coincidence. Oh no! He jolts to his feet, his eyes still positively aglow. Alright, see you later, Anagachis. We're about to knock you right out of the park. Great. I probably don't need to tell you how the event goes down. We don't manage to sell even a single Anagachi. Turns out, hey, people are really creeped out by eels, and our customers have no problem letting us know that, very impolitely I might add, as they storm away in a huff. But Shiri said she liked eel salt broiled and in sushi. I hear Mr. Yamashita mutter to himself as I get ready to leave. If only we hadn't lost the burning hammer, things would have gone so much differently. Or no, maybe they'd have gone pretty much the same. You know, I probably should have listened to my gut earlier. Agreeing to take on this job has brought me nothing but trouble. Well, number 20, Anagachi. Nobody is going to have any luck selling digital pets to customers who are looking for a health food demo. But why did the burning hammer disappear anyway? Well, that sanitation worker Tomasal had found another pile of trash to dispose of. Sometime close to 1240, someone winds up breaking the bottles, turning them into useless garbage. Who is that someone? And what can they do differently? What can I do differently indeed? It's at 1240, right? Gonna fix this timeline yet. Okay. There, corrected. Now just one more bad ending here for this hour. And it comes in the form of a Maria start here. Here we go. Boop-a-doop-a-doop-a-doop-a-doop. Let's go together. Backs out. And then it's a Minorikawa. Oh, we gotta start way back, because it's gonna take a while, it looks like, to get to the actual ending. Bah humbug. But oh, it was rare nowadays to see a father behave so imperiously toward his own daughter. Just how sheltered had she been trying to keep her. Norikawa couldn't see her face from where he was sitting, but his interest was piqued. I think I should just pick this. No, he reminded himself that he needed to finish his article. Besides, his young lady looked anything like her father, he'd just as soon pass. Norikawa went back to his typing. It took a few minutes to reestablish his writing groove, with the two still bickering across the room, but thankfully he soon regained his focus. Oh, it's fucking beeping again. Okay, I assume I'm not allowed to get distracted at all during this. What's that? His hands went still as a strange noise intruded on his reverie. Whatever it was close by. What in the world is that sound? No, but focus, Norikawa. Well, never mind, I need to focus on finishing this article. Norikawa tried to immerse himself in his writing again. Before long, he stopped worrying about the curious sound. All these opportunities to distract him, Norikawa. Time passed. Eventually, the pace of his writing slowed down a bit, and Norikawa glanced at his watch. It was later than he'd thought. Pretty soon, he was going to have to head over to get an interview from the diet drink people. He reached into his bag for the project proposal to double-check the demo location. Huh? The proposal, it's gone. Crap, where the heck did it go? He checked all around the table, but he didn't see it anywhere. Maybe he'd left it at the other cafe, the non-smoking place. Well, he didn't have time to go back for now. Boop. His phone rang. What now? Norikawa snapped as he answered it. A tiny squeak came through the receiver. It was followed by the sound of sniffling sobs. I'm sorry, I just... Chiaki? Was she done with her interviews, maybe? It's no use. People won't stop to talk no matter how hard I try. Her voice broke up into further sobs. Look, I've got my own problems to deal with. You're just gonna have to find some way to manage. But I can't. Sorry, I'm hanging up now. And so he did. He had to hurry. Had to get to the demo venue. But he'd lost the map and forgotten the location. Think, man, he told himself. Where would they hold an event like this? Probably someplace big, right? And there ought to be a guide or someone out front, too. With these assumptions in mind, Norikawa broke into a run, searching ahead as he went. He stopped when he caught sight of a particular multi-tenant office building. A whole stream of women were filing inside. All of them looked a little heavy, too. Pay dirt. This had to be the health food company's sales demo. He hurried into the building. The women were queued up down the hallway. This was definitely the place then. More confident by the moment, Norikawa made his way up the stairs. Finally, he reached the front of the line. There was a notice posted outside the doorway ahead. Norikawa read it out loud. Auditions for the starring role in Sun TV's Sumo Queen 2. Oh, here we go. A suspense drama about a string of murders that crop up while a group of female sumo wrestlers tour the country. The Magashira, Komusubi, Sekiwaki, and Ozeki, the fifth through second place wrestlers from both East and West are all killed in sequence, leaving only the two top-ranked Yokozuna. With the real killer still unknown, things come to a heated climax in the ring during the final match when the loser tearfully confesses to her crimes. It concludes with the victorious wrestler, who'd also been playing the part of detective, so sorrowfully looking the culprit in the eye and stating, "It's off to the big house with you." Great. It was a sequel series to a recent TV drama featuring full-figured actresses. That's it! Norikawa exclaimed, a new project proposal springing fully formed into his mind. He felt as if he'd been struck by a bolt of divine inspiration. Big bodies, bigger names. A new arena opens for aspiring plus-sized actresses. Never mind the diet drink demo. This was going to be Norikawa's big story. Norikawa managed to meet the deadline. The show, however, wound up being a massive flop. Sales of that issue of 4-Star General Gossip were likewise lackluster, with an unprecedented number of copies going unsold. Dire. Oh, Jesus. Mr. Chalma's debts continued to spiral out of control, and before long, Heaven Publishing was no more. Ugh. Yeah. Yep. Sumo Show does massive belly flop. Norikawa wound up going to the wrong venue entirely. His main problem was that he didn't have good, detailed directions to the Burning Hammer demo. Tama can do something at 12:15 that causes Chiri to head to that cafe, and Chiri can help Norikawa get to where he needs to go. Okay, so I just gotta reset that. Tama, 12:15. Pirate shanty song. Okay, corrected. Good. Cool. We're on to the next hour. Yeah, I think we're doing pretty damn good. I think we're doing good pace. Did you miss the finale? No. Did you miss Yanagashita? You missed some Yanagashita moments. But no. Surprise, surprise, 2 hours into stream, I've just been hitting some bad endings. So you did not miss finale. You're good. I still like these bad endings though. At some point later, sometime in the future, you should see some of these bad endings. But no, we're just doing some bad endings right now. Maybe in like an hour we'll probably be hitting like finale. That's like a wild guess on my part, but man, it was a shit show. Like I said, I've been on stream now 2 hours here tonight. The first 45 minutes was just, ooh. Yeah, no worries. But yeah, you have not missed any finale. But everything is settled now. I've got a good thing going. It just took a bit of time to figure out how the fuck to do this. It wasn't good. It was a low point in the series. Okay. Let's see. So it's going to be the 13 to 14 hour. Oh, it's something about having to do a weird challenge. Remember, Miku? Man, getting all these bad endings has been great because we get to fly by and remember these scenes of goodness. It's gonna be, let's do rock, paper, scissors. I wouldn't say difficulty. I'd say artificial lengthening. I was making a point that during the first 45 minutes when I was freaking out about this whole thing, if you were deciding to try to get everything out of this game without using a guide, you would probably play this game and only this game for years and years. Because this is bonkers. Let's do rock, paper, scissors. Rock, paper, scissors. The girl goes slack-jawed in surprise. Yeah, and if I win, you have to let me have those diet drinks. Rock, paper, scissors. Sure, whatever. Okay, I accept. Here we go. I ready my fist. 1, 2, 3, shoot! I've lost. We're doing best out of 3, right? What? 1, 2, 3, shoot! I lose again. And I even tried to change it up by throwing paper twice in a row. So yeah, we're doing first to 3, right? Huh? 1, 2, 3, shoot! Yet again, I lose. My reverse psychology has backfired. Ugh. Okay, now that we've done warming up, want to do this for real? Sure? Shoot, shoot, shoot! Shoot, shoot, shoot! Exponential shoots. At first I thought I was going to make a joke that she could only do paper inside of her costume. This goes on for a good 30 minutes. We've thrown more times than I can even count, and I haven't won once. Reverse psychology. Reverse psychology. Even reverse psychology. She sees through me every time. I'm terrible at this. Beyond terrible. How? How can someone be this bad at rock, paper, scissors? I want to keep going until I win at least once, but the girl is clearly pretty fed up. This sucks. But I've reached my limit. Time's up. Oh. Oh shit, it's not letting me. There's one moment in the VOD earlier before you came in here. I don't want to spoil it. There's one bad thing in one of the bad endings you should definitely see the VOD for. Because, man, is it a moment. It was a moment for me, at least. Right around now, there's someone else who's been told that his time is up, and he's in quite a predicament. Yes, it's Junichi Yanagashita. The ruthless ultimatum was issued by none other than Minorikawa. Be intrigued. Well, thanks for humoring me for so long. Thanks for humoring me for so long. Guess those drinks are all yours. I shuffled off, my shoulders slumped in dismay. On shaky legs, I make my way back to the Nokane building. I'm half tempted to just abandon the whole burning hammer disaster, but I know I'd feel guilty afterwards. Besides, after all the effort I put into this, I'd at least like to get paid something. Also, quick question. Stream quality-wise, it's not taking like a visual dip or anything. Can you see? Because I'm streaming this little guide thingy thing. And I was always curious to see if like it would take some kind of dive if I was streaming like a YouTube video guide while I was doing this. No? Alright, cool. The internet holds up. I'm back, I call it casually as I open the door. When I see what's inside, I feel like I've been smacked in the head with a mallet. The demo room is completely totaled. Torn flyers are scattered all around. Most of the chairs have been knocked over. Someone obviously trashed the place. Who the heck did this? I thought I was alone, but then I spot someone lying in the corner. It's some guy I don't recognize. Ugh. The man groans pitifully. What's going on? I ask. What happened here? I go over to the guy and shake him gently by one shoulder. Has death come for me at last, then? His voice is a mere murmur. If you're here to finish me off, then you're welcome to try. But only if you beat me in a challenge. Fair and square. Huh? I'm not sure what he's on about, but my competitive streak is too strong to let me ignore what I just heard. A challenge, you say? That's right. I challenge you. Rock, paper, scissors. Rock, paper, scissors. Rock, paper, scissors again? If you beat me, then I am yours to do with as you please. All the vexation I felt earlier when I lost to the girl in the knick-knack shop stirs within me again. I feel like a kettle boiling over. At this point, I don't even care who my opponent is. I need to slay the nagging disappointment inside me. Alright then, I accept your challenge. I hold out my fist. Here we go. 1, 2, 3, shoot! I throw paper. I'm convinced she cannot throw anything but paper. And the man throws scissors! I've lost. I guess I really am just no good at rock, paper, scissors. Or maybe I should say I'm really good at losing at it. I had thought my earlier loss must have been some weird fluke, but apparently it wasn't after all. Rochambeaued. Rochambeaued. Bruh. You've just been boned. Thanks to her epic rock, paper, scissors losing streak, Tama wasn't able to get any burning hammer. Maybe that was to be expected, seeing as she only ever throws paper. She'd probably do better with some other form of challenge. You've just been boned. correct the timeline. Cool. I do like that. That was good. That was good. Okay, next one. Let's go. Still in this hour. Oh, it's back here? I'm assuming then it's gonna be the other option. Oh, no, it's... I'm lying. It's rock, paper, scissors again. Oh, is it... Oh, it's seeing the... I'm such an idiot. It's seeing the other perspective. But it doesn't say... Huh. There's a keep out here. But I don't know how to break the keep out. The video guide has finally let me down. Do I do this? Do I just tell him I'm gonna start a ruckus? I'm gonna start a ruckus! He kept his voice firm, his words short and clipped. Hey now, no need for that, sir. Just settle down. Who doesn't like a silly little magic show now and then? You got 2 minutes. Hey, a minute can't have passed already? 1 minute. Whoa, just what kind of watch you got there? Tell me why the demo isn't starting. Oh, well, you know, real reason, we've all already read this. 30 seconds. Yeah, it's just gonna hit me with the keep out. How upsetting. How upsetting. Oh, I guess I should somewhere be able to find just a jump into... this? Oh. Here I am, overthinking. Just pretty fed up. This sucks, but I reached my limit. Time's up. Oh, shit, fuck, no. That was what I needed. We did the thing. We did it. I solved it. Solved the puzzle. Time's up. Norco had had enough. You gather up customers for a product that doesn't even exist and try to sell them something else. It's a classic con. You got it all wrong. I am selling Burning Hammer, I swear. Liar. I bet you even plan on trying to bustle the props for those little magic tricks. Or hustle the props. Not bustle. Hustle bustle. What? No, I'm not. You gotta believe me. Oh yeah? Norco sneered. Then just where is this burning hammer of yours, huh? Go on, tell me. He grabbed Yanagashita by the collar. Hey now, easy there, sir. Tell me. Please, just let me go. I said, tell me. I'm a pacifist, Yanagashita cried. You're a what now? Norikawa scowled. A pacifist. I demand 3 million yen in reparations. That's how to do it. It's a good con. Yanagashita shook free of Minorikawa's grasp, then shoved a hand in his face for a change. Reparations? Norikawa faltered, baffled by his unexpected counterattack. Yeah, pay it, Yanagashita demanded. 3 million yen in reparations. He seemed to have forgotten his customers entirely in his fury. Don't be absurd. Now I know you're a journalistic muckraker. Raker. I know the term. Only a journalist would stoop so low. Hey everyone, look here. This man just assaulted me. Huh? Wait, hold on. I was just... Right here, folks. Now everyone can bear witness to the true face of the media. It's people like this guy who go around besmirching fine, upstanding citizens with trumped-up hogwash. Huh? Wait, just a minute here. You're the one who's starting to sell a product that doesn't even exist. Screams. Yamashita broke into a sudden fit of wailing. Minorukawa turned to look back at the approaching crowd. His members glared at him with accusation. Ladies, Yamashita begged, his voice interspersed with sobs. I am so sorry. I had this amazing diet aid that I was planning to offer to you at a reasonable price, but it turns out I won't be able to sell it after all. This man is going to write a piece about how my product is bogus. My company's reputation is going to take a huge hit, and because of that, I won't even have a product to sell you. And it's all going to be his fault. As he choked out his words, Yamashita dropped to his knees in defeat. That's when the riot started. Good. Minorukawa wasn't sure exactly when he blacked out. When he came to, he was sprawled out on the floor. Craning his neck to look around, he saw no sign of Yamashita or his customers. Only tattered flyers and busted chairs strewn about the room. There was a ringing in his ears. The back of his head throbbed painfully. His arms felt too heavy to lift. It was like his entire body had been transformed into a lump of cement. Finally, he remembered. After Yamashita's little act, the crowd had descended on Minorukawa from all sides in a frenzied free-for-all. Against an angry mob that size, he hadn't stood a chance. They had worked him over until he was black and blue. In the middle of the fracas, while the customers were distracted, he caught sight of Yamashita sneaking out of the room. Clearly, the man was no stranger to worming his way out of sticky predicaments. Now, as he tried to piece together what had happened next, a mysterious figure loomed into his blurry vision. It sported pointy ears atop its enormous head, along with a big, broad mouth. Whatever it wasn't human. Has death come for me at last, then? A smile of delight crossed Death's face. No doubt he had indeed come to eject Minorukawa from his mortal coil. If you're here to finish me off, then you're welcome to try, Minorukawa growled. But only if you beat me in a challenge, fair and square. Minorukawa had never been one to give up easily. Even now, he refused to go down without a fight. A challenge, you say? Asked Death. Still, the bright grin on his face remained. That's right, I challenge you. That was all well and good, but Minorukawa's strength was gone. At best, he was only able to move one hand. Rock, paper, scissors, Minorukawa said. In his current state, that was all he was capable of. Nonetheless, it counted as a challenge. If you beat me, he went on, then I am yours to do with as you please. For a while, Death was silent, and then he nodded deeply. All right, then, I accept your challenge. And so Minorukawa and Death held out their hands. Minorukawa tried to throw rock, but with several of his fingers broken, he couldn't quite curl them into a proper fist. Death, on the other hand, threw paper. I've lost. All at once, Minorukawa's last remaining energy drained from his body. Oh my god. Number 33, the Rampage. A simple complaint about the demo's delayed start turned into an argument with Mr. Yamashita and ultimately ran into an all-out melee. If only there'd been some burning hammer around, this might never have happened. There must be something Tama can do about all this. Smart money's on her. These are good bad endings. These are good. Okay, next one. And this will be the final one for this hour. I think I should probably reset the timeline to the correct thing here. What a shame. I don't think we'll ever see what happens when you challenge to a rhyming game. Yeah. No, that's true. I mean, you missed some of the other bad endings. I think a lot of the bad endings that I didn't naturally hit are all pretty much very crazy in a way. Kind of get out a cell phone, and I do the B choice that I did not. Dialed up Detective Kajiwara, who's stationed at the Asawa residence. He hoped a little more information about the family's two daughters might shed some light on the situation. And then by doing that, the detective answered promptly. Kajiwara here. Hey, it's Kano. Apparently I can just go into here to see this. Beep, 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 beep. Mr. Sawa, it's Kajiwara. Ah, perfect timing. Sawa hurried to let the detective into the study. The bug tracker's picking up signals. Oh? Yes, from all over the room. What should I do? Mr. Sawa, please calm down. As if that were even possible right now. It feels like there must be 10. No, maybe 100 listening devices in here. Kajiwara didn't miss a beat. Let me be honest with you. That bug tracker is... All of a sudden, a different noise cut in over the bug tracker. Kajiwara here. Kano? Kajiwara's customary nonchalant expression vanished into a sudden seriousness. Sorry, hold on, he continued. I can't really hear you. He headed out of the room, the phone clutched to his ear. Saul was left to wonder what the detective had been about to tell him. The bug tracker was what? What the heck was going on? The sound wasn't stopping. Deciding that he better do something, Asawa took the bug tracker and checked behind his bookcase. It didn't seem like the signal was coming from back there. He proceeded to pull each and every one of the books off of the shelf. Sorry, I thought I heard weird noises outside my door. I was getting spooked. Nothing. He checked the area around his computer. He scanned the monitor, the case, the power outlet, but he found nothing that could be a listening device anywhere. He found a small screwdriver and dismantled the mouse. The brown circuit board was lined with chips, but nothing appeared out of the ordinary. And still the mechanical sound continued mocking him. Just try to find it. Go ahead, look everywhere. Beep, 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 beep. He was being ridiculed. The sound just wouldn't stop. And still the time ticked past. Had it been 5 minutes? 10? Maybe more? He began to lose hope that he could find the listening device, and even to stop caring. Instead, he was overcome with the feeling that this room, which for years had been his sanctuary, had ceased to be his own. It was as if something other had intruded and laid claim to his personal space. In his fevered mind, he began to hear the tracker sound as a high-pitched laugh, an accursed, relentless noise, cruel and taunting, the mockery of the devil himself. Jesus. Getting crazy here. Asawa hurled the bug tracker against the wall. Then he picked it up, only to smash it back onto the floor. Then he stomped on it furiously. Ferociously, even. There was a satisfying snap, accompanied by the sensation of the thing being crushed underfoot. The noise stopped. Or, well, it ought to have. And yet, for some reason, the horrid noise kept sounding in Asawa's ears. Oh, that ring is terrible. It wasn't coming from the bug tracker after all. It was inside his own head. Somewhere, inescapable, echoing within his skull. No, the noise didn't stop. It only grew louder. Why? 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 Asawa screamed. Why? Why was he being tormented like this? He couldn't take it anymore. He couldn't even think straight anymore. He felt his mind beginning to dissolve. Okay. The incessant beeping from the bug tracker wound up driving Asawa out of his mind. What Kajiwara was about to say just before he got the phone call was pretty crucial for Asawa to hear. Unfortunately, the call distracted him. He left the room before he could finish his thought. Things could have gone differently if only someone hadn't called Detective Kajiwara right then. Let's go ahead and correct that. I'll correct it, then get a quick drink of water here. Sasayama. Cool. That hour is done. The timeline fixed. Of course. Alright, I'm gonna get very quick water, maybe a little bathroom break. Get yourself some water if you need to. Stay hydrated, and I'll be right back. I'm also gonna check if there's an intruder outside my door. Okay, so if my maths... Oh, I killed like 5 intruders. If my math is correct, I think I can do maybe like 10 bad endings here, random bad endings, and then we're gonna proceed into... It won't have been all the bad endings, but it will be a fair amount where we'll just go to the finale parts here. Just so if you want to keep track of your own. Okay, so our next is 1415. We've got a few endings in this hour to do. Apparently, from what I was looking at, I think the number is... like 85 in total. 85 total bad endings. And I could run through, let me see this handy checklist I made. And I've done, if my math and checklist is correct, 56 of them. But there's going to be a point where we hit around like, well, I guess add 56 and then 10 more, and we're going to be heading to the finale. So then I would be doing bad endings after we've probably seen what I assume would be the finales, if that all makes sense. Although, to be fair, none of this makes sense. Let's not kid ourselves. I know what the Syndicate is really after, Mr. Sawa. Let's freak them out and say it's you. Okay, so, and here's the thing. I'm trying not to spoil anything for myself, so every time I've seen and look up what I had to do to see true endings, a lot of things are saying there are certain bad endings, and also a certain amount of bad endings. So, like, a total number I saw floating around was you have to hit at least 50 different bad endings, and then apparently you also had to hit certain key bad endings to then get the true endings. And so what I'm doing is on this checklist I made myself throughout the day here today, I've got a certain list of not only all the bad endings and then I'm checking them off as I'm doing them, but the most pivotal ones I have to do, and then also to a point where I hit at least 50. Now at this point I think I'm past the 50 mark, but like I said, and I don't want to know, because I don't want to spoil myself, I don't want to know exactly at this point which ones I 100% have to do to see the true ending, but I was able to group them to the point where some guide was telling me, like, oh, here are ones that you can do as a post-game cleanup, and so I was able to group those away from the other ones, be like, okay, these ones I can do, which I've already started to do some of them, but I don't absolutely have to hit them if they would be in just a post-game cleanup thing, if that makes sense. Yeah, no, I'll be completely honest. I'm looking at a little video thing here of like how to hit some of these bad endings, but it in no way in anything I've read or seen video. I still have no idea how this game ends. I don't know how this is. It's still very much bizarre. It's still all very in the dark for me. Okay, so I assume in this one we're just freaking out Asawa by saying that they're after him. Great. Kajiwara's phone rang and he pulled it from his pocket. Kano? What's going on? He headed into one corner as he spoke to the receiver. I suppose that'd be alright. What for, though? After a few more quiet words, Kajiwara held his phone out to Asawa. One of the investigators on the scene would like to speak with you. Frowning in confusion, Asawa took hold of the phone. Asawa speaking. Can I help you? This is Detective Kano from the Shibuya Precinct. Time is critical, so I need to just cut to the chase here. Chase. There was a pause as the speaker took a deep breath before continuing. Did you give the antiviral drug to your daughter, Hitomi? What? Asawa was so startled that his voice caught in his throat. What are you talking about? The antiviral research was top secret. So how did some detective from the Shibuya Precinct know about it? Asawa was bewildered. I'm the one asking the questions here, Mr. Asawa. Did you give the antiviral drug to your daughter, Hitomi? I'm not sure I understand the question. I know what the syndicate is really after, Mr. Asawa. Asawa's mind went blank when he heard what Kano said next. He could give no reply. Mr. Asawa, the detective continued after a moment. Is everything all right? Without really thinking, Asawa hung up. Asawa staggered out of the living room. He needed to be alone. To his surprise, Kajiwara didn't try to stop him. Shutting his study door behind him, he dropped onto his sofa, then got out a bottle of pills. He stared at it, thinking back on when the detective had told him. I know what the syndicate is really after, Mr. Asawa. It's you. Detective Kano had a point. From a financial perspective, Asawa's discoveries, and indeed Asawa himself, were incredibly valuable. Immersed as he was in his research, he had never imagined he'd become a target. The kidnappers had used the artlessness to catch him completely off his guard. That artlessness. He thought back to the emails that A had sent him. For now, they were just stringing him along, but before long, the guilt bombs might turn into more direct threats. They would extort his money, steal his research, and finally have him killed. It was so easy to see what their plan was now. And the worst of it was, he wasn't their only target. Kidnapping Maria would only be A's first step. Asawa contemplated in horror how his family would all be victimized because of him. There was only one thing he could do. He poured a mound of sleeping pills into his hand. Then, without any hesitation, he gulped down the lot. The effect on his body was slow to start, but he felt a deep and irresistible drowsiness begin to creep over him. As his consciousness was starting to fade, he heard the distant sound of the front door chime. Moments later, the study door opened, and Kajiwara peered inside to see Asawa lying on the floor. Mr. Asawa, are you okay? Mr. Asawa! The detective's voice was rapidly fading out. As Asawa surrendered to the irresistible urge to drift into sleep, his mouth gaped open. Cool. A has come for me. Those were his last words. Lovely. When he heard that he was the kidnapper's target, the stricken Asawa decided to commit suicide by overdosing on sleeping pills. This is all because of what Kano said to him. Blood's on Kano's hand. A simple error in word choice led Asawa to a completely wrong conclusion. Kano ought to properly inform Asawa just what the kidnappers are after. Well, okay. Alright, so we go back into here. Wait, no, fuck, no! Go back! I fucked up! I think. Oh no, it is this, still. Interesting. Okay. So it tells me to go here, and then here, and then here for some reason. Yeah, I guess it's just the other perspective. It's going to be Minorikawa's perspective going into Asawa's house, and he overdoses on pills. Shoto was one of Shibuya's, indeed one of Tokyo's most upscale residential districts. Wherever one looked, there were stately manor houses giving off an imposing air, sending the message that this was no place for the common folk. Right here's fine. Minorikawa directed Kimizuka to pull over, your favorite. Wait right here for me. I'll be right back. Hopping out of the taxi, checked the nameplates of the nearby homes. Ah, here we go. He'd spotted a nameplate that read Asawa. Kenji Asawa, huh? The name nagged at him somehow. It had been in the back of his mind ever since he'd seen it on the phone book back at the cafe. Had he heard it someplace before? He walked up to the gate and pressed the button for the intercom. Even the little chime it made when pressed sounded elegant. Minorikawa waited, but there was no response. He looked at his watch. It was 2:30 now. His interview with Shinosuke Ororai of the Wandering Angels was supposed to have started already. Still, he wanted to meet with the twins first if it was possible. And then he's sitting on this for some reason. And he's gonna pick... I think he chooses... Okay. Cool, just 5 more minutes. I mean, I guess that makes sense. He's gotta wait to see the door. Front door flew open. Oh. The fuck? Several men came rushing out and surrounded Minorikawa. Whoa, what? Minorikawa blurted. What gives? We have Material Witness A in custody. Huh? Material Witness A? What are you talking about? Just who do you think I am? I'm Minoru Minorikawa. Hey, come on, let me go. Despite his protest, the men held on to him, flashing police badges. They refused to explain what was going on. This is an unlawful arrest. All it'll take is one blurb from me, and you're all fired. Do I make myself clear? Are you even listening to me? Hey, listen up. Listen to me. But Minorikawa's voice was drowned out, lost amidst the detective's frenzied shouting. Yeah, it's definitely a bad ending. It's something. Norikawa got arrested without even knowing what he'd done wrong. Needless to say, he's not actually material witness A. This all happened because of something Asawa said. But he only said it because of something someone else said to him. Further along in Asawa's story, you should be able to find out who said the wrong thing. Yeah, I know who said the wrong thing. Okay. This one's... What is this one trying to do? 1430. Oh, I've got to probably correct the timeline first. Reset. Reset, please. It's Hitomi. It's Hitomi! In we go. Wait, did he pick? Sir, why'd you go so fast in the video? Oh god. I think he just picks this. You deal with it. Asal was in no state of mind to receive a guest. I can't do that, sir, Kajiwara said firmly. We can't let the kidnappers learn that there are detectives here. Then have I take care of it, Asawa told him. Kajiwara headed off. And then we go into here. Again, he goes into this part and not just the choice for whatever reason. Not 100% sure why. But I'm gonna believe. I was never... Oh god, he gets a PC error while playing. Oh, that's so unfortunate. A little weird PC error pop-up. Oh my god. Oh god. Okay, right here's fine. Boo-doo-boo-doo. I think we can just kind of... I think I can just probably scroll. Let's not waste time that we don't need to waste, you know? And he picks. He decides to wait. It's 5 more minutes. A woman's voice came through the intercom. Oh, who is it? It's Minorikawa. Where would I know you from, Mr. Minorikawa? Oh, you know, here and there. I mean, there's only one Minorikawa, really. I don't have time for such nonsense. Please, be on your way. I'm not going anywhere until I get an interview. Interview? Who are you with? The woman's tone had changed now. Maybe Minorikawa could simply talk his way through this. This is a piece for 4-star general gossip. Ah, perfect. I've been wanting to talk to them. Was this one of the Miss Midoriyama winners? Or perhaps was it the girl's mother, eager to boast about her daughter's achievement? I assume you're familiar with defamation of character, the woman said. What are you talking about? Article 230 of the Penal Code of Japan defines it as any attack against a person's reputation or societal standing. It's a very serious crime. I know what it is, Norikawa said. What's your point? He had a bad feeling about this. Why discuss libel laws right before an interview? Oh, I'm not letting you get away with telling me you've forgotten. I wonder if you'll remember once I bring up charges. Her tone was calm and level, but laced with malice. You're talking nonsense, lady. Are you the mother? Got business with your daughters. Put one of them on the line. Nonsense? The woman's wrath radiated from the intercom. It's your 4-star general gossip that specializes in nonsense. Her voice was so loud that it was crackling. Crackling. Detective, arrest this man. He's a criminal. Detective, huh? You don't really think I'd fall for that, do you, lady? Just who do you think I am? I'm Minoru Minorikawa. He crossed his arms and stuck a defiant pose. Then the front door opened up and several men came trotting out. Completely different word. Sir, one of the men said, we'd like to ask you a few questions. At the word sir, the man flashed his badge, and Minorikawa turned to run on reflex. He hadn't thought she'd actually send detectives after him. Just what the hell had Heaven Publishing done to her? Never mind, he needed to get out of here. He couldn't afford to get arrested right now. Good. He tried. He certainly tried. Out with it. You abducted that girl, didn't you? Detective, you keep asking me the same question over and over. And I'll keep on asking until you tell me the truth. Look, ask all you want, but I can't tell you what I don't know. Then let's get back to the beginning, shall we? Oh, cut the crap. I don't have time for your games. As a matter of fact, you have plenty of time. I can assure you of that. The stubborn detective flashed him a grin. I can keep doing this for days if that's what it takes you to get you to confess. And so the interrogation went on for hours. In the end, once his innocence had been established, Minorukawa was finally released. He wrote a scathing indictment on his experience. The report shook up the system in a major way. But that's another story for another day. No, it's a story for this day. It's the best I could come up with. Wrongly accused. Minorukawa was arrested for a crime he had nothing to do with. That woman he talked to must really hate 4-star General Gossip. Clearly, he had no hope of getting anywhere with her, but maybe there's someone more understanding who might answer the intercom instead. Yes, I agree. Someone much more understanding. I go here to reset the timeline. Yes. Okay. One more ending for this hour. For those playing along at home, it's number 35. If you're playing the Austin Stream home game, alright, what should I do? He obviously wants to help me. May as well have him get rid of the costume too. Sure, if you don't mind, I say. And then I'm back out. Back out, I say. And then it's a Kano thing. All the way to here. Facial recognition shit. Or something. 10 minutes later, we see the turtleneck. A man clad in black appeared on one of the monitors. The operator lined up his cursor. The comparison check confirmed that it was Al Carowin. Yes, Kano hissed, pumping his fist. It appeared that their quarry was simply walking around town, calm and composed. Kano radioed in Al Carowin's location to Kuze. All units, intercept the suspect on the double, Kuze ordered. Kano will provide guidance using the surveillance monitors. They saw Al Carowin stop in front of a cigarette vending machine. Was he waiting for someone? Sasayama reporting, got eyes on the mutt. Kano's partner had evidently been nearby. I'm making the arrest, he said. There was a note of courage in Sasayama's voice. He came into view on the monitor, walking casually. Excuse me? At some point, he ditched his anime nerd costume for a cat mascot suit. Oh no, Kano muttered. That getup's going to make Sasayama stand out like a sore thumb. Shoot, the mutt spotted me. I'm going in pursuit. Sasayama slipped out of the camera's view. Whoa, what gives? Let go of me. You're Mr. Yanagashita, right? Look, I'm sorry, but I really do need you to return that costume. The voices came in over the wireless. It sounded like Sasayama was caught up in an argument with someone. Sasayama! Kano shouted as he eyed the monitor. Kano, I need some help here. Requesting emergency backup. The line went dead before Sasayama could finish. Kano didn't have the faintest idea what was going on, but obviously his partner needed him. he rushed out of the precinct. So Maria ditched the costume. Sasayama picks it up, gets attacked by the dude wanting the costume back. When he arrived on the scene, he saw Sasayama still in the cat suit, caught up in a scuffle with a man he'd never seen before. There was no sign of Alcarowan. Sasayama, what's going on? It's an excellent question, Sasayama replied. Before Sasayama died. This guy just came at me out of nowhere. He sounded pretty riled up. Sir, I need you to return this costume. My boss was very insistent on that point. The man was panting with exertion, shouting in Sasayama's face. Was he the owner of the suit? What's the deal with that thing, Sasayama? Kano asked. I bought it at a variety store and sent your guy. Figured it'd be a perfect disguise. I didn't steal anything. Sir, I'm telling you, you need to get that back. And I'm telling you, I've got no idea what you're on about. Sasayama stamped his foot. I realize that you're not Mr. Yanagashita. That isn't the issue. Hey, Dis. I just need you to return that costume. You've joined while we're just looking at bad endings, which may or may not be fun to watch. I'm not 100% sure. But I'm having a grand old time. We haven't hit the finale. We'll be doing that in a bit. Alright, sure, I'll give you that to you. I just need it a little longer, so let go of me. I can't do that, sir. I need you to get out of that suit right now. Yeah, I get that, buddy, but no can do. It's like I told you before, the zipper on this thing's snagged. Kana watched as the argument descended further and further into absurdity. Meanwhile, Alcarowan was getting away. I say that name like 10 different ways. This was ridiculous. He turned to go in pursuit of the suspect. Kano, wait, Sasayama called out. Come on, help me out, man. Huh? Help me get this thing off. Now really isn't the time for this, Kano replied. I'm going after the suspect. Oh, I get it. You're gonna ditch me here so you can take all the credit for yourself. Whoa, what? I was this close to nabbing the guy. That arrest is mine to make, and you know it. It wasn't as though Kano couldn't empathize. If Sasayama hadn't been blindsided by this random stranger, he probably would have caught Alcarowan just fine. Alright then, Kano said. He reached out for the zipper at the back of the catsuit. But as Sasayama had said, the metal fittings were snagged and refused to budge. Hurry up! I'm trying! There wasn't time to do this slowly and carefully. Kano yanked down on the zipper hard. Stop! The stranger shrieked in alarm. Don't be so rough like that! But if I don't, I'll never... You mustn't! If you aren't careful, you'll cause a malfunction. Malfunction? The hell was this guy talking about? Kano got an ever firmer grip on the zipper and pulled again. Meow. Meow. He paused in surprise as Sasayama mewed. Meow. Again, Sasayama let out a little cry. Except it didn't sound like Sasayama's voice at all. Guys? Sasayama said. There's something making a rumbling noise inside this thing. He sounded pretty alarmed. Uh-oh, said the other man. It has started. His face went pale. What are you talking about? Sasayama demanded. What started? The man hesitated, then seemed to come to a decision. Well, you see, this is no ordinary cat costume. All the cats. Meaning what exactly? Our shop rented this unit out by mistake. Oh, I had no idea it was anything so horrifying. Not until the boss filled me in a little while ago. What's horrifying? You're not answering the question. The man's gaze grew hollow and distant. Cats, he said. For a moment, there was only silence. Then Sasayama spoke up nervously. Well, yeah, it's a cat. I know that already. No, you're not listening. This is a cat. Like I said, I already know it's a cat. Anyone can see that that just from looking at it. No, not a cat. Cats! Are you fucking kidding me? costume as transmission system developed by Far East Costume Rental's high-tech department. There was an official corporate notice stating, "This is just a prototype and potentially dangerous, so do not lend it out under any circumstances." But it was accidentally rented by mistake. Wait, I think I have one too. Let me see this. I got this. Boop. I feel like I have. Oh, I have this one too. It's great. They were like holiday ones. Meow, 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 meow. Oh, that is a terrible sound. I hate it. The meowing started back up again. With each new mule, the sound got faster. No, stop! Soon it sounded less like a cat and more like some mechanism that was whirling around. The fuck am I watching? There was a sudden, fierce, blinding flash. Space itself began to warp in a roughly 3-meter radius around Sasayama in his costume. Yeah, apologies for the loudness there. A moment later, Kano and the others had vanished. Kano, Sasayama, and the rental guy were sent into another dimension due to a malfunction in the cats. Detective Sasayama should probably never have put the cat suit on. He mentioned buying it at a ride shop at Center Guy. That's your lead here. Cool. I equal parts love it and hate it at the same time. That was just... I don't know, man. I don't know how to... They went to the cat dimension. Cool. Alright, let's continue. Okay, so by my count, we've got 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Either like 6 or 7 more bad endings. And then we're going to the finale. I gotta see this. Let me see this. Kano, Sasayama, and the rental guy were sent into another dimension due to a malfunction in the cats. Yes. Yes. Uh-oh. Okay. All is good. All is fixed. I tried to check something and then I ended up breaking everything. Cool. Okay. Achi, please. And they pick A. Uh, bu- 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 bu. Soon after, the man with the coat appeared and followed him into the shop. Aha, looks like he snatched that guy's computer. Moments later, the weirdo came rushing back out of the shop and sprinted away again. He wove through the narrow alleyways, cat-like alacrity. Archie did his best to keep tabs on him, but the man managed to give him the slip. Wow, Tomi said she had been impressed. She had been watching closely. I'm kind of impressed. Mind if I keep at it? Archie asked. Sure. He continued scanning camera images, trying to locate the guy again. At this point, even Hitomi was invested in the quest to find the fugitive. But minutes passed and they didn't spot him. Archie was on the verge of giving up. Oh, that's me. Hitomi took out her cell phone. It's an email from Mr. Tanaka. Found him! Archie shout. Cut Hitomi off. The guy was in a back alley off the center guy. He was talking with someone. Huh? Is that? Archie blinked a few times as he leaned in closer to the screen. Hitomi, you have to come look at this. Ah, that's my sister. Hitomi brimmed with excitement. For real? I think so. What's she doing in a place like that? And why is she talking to that guy? I'm not sure. The monitor showed a cheerful little scene. Looks like they're having fun. Guess since they're twins, they're both into older guys. Archie felt his mood start to sour. I have to ask, are you sure she was kidnapped? Yes, at least I sure thought so. And so did the police. Then what's this all about? Should we go and see for ourselves? Guess so. Oh, and what about that email? Archie pointed at Hitomi's cell phone. Shouldn't you take a look at that? My sister comes first. That place where she is far. Is it far from here? No, not particularly. Archie and Hitomi rushed from the building, heading for the alley where Maria was talking to the computer thief. It wasn't long before they were closing in on their destination. But as they headed down a narrow side street, a familiar figure suddenly appeared to bar their way. Uh-oh, it's him. Gun in hand, the man with the cane slowly ambled towards them. Archie and Hitomi bolted down a nearby alley. Taking another turn, they reached the alley they'd seen on the cameras. Maria! Hitomi rushed over to her sister. But Maria just stood staring at Hitomi in silence, as if she couldn't process what was going on. Meanwhile, the assassin was still in pursuit. He had turned the corner behind them and was steadily drawing nearer. He pointed his gun at Hitomi's head. Come on, hurry, Archie urged. He tried to lead the two girls away, hoping to escape further down the alley. But instead, Maria charged boldly at the man with the cane. Damn. The assassin was caught off guard by the unexpected counterattack, but he reacted quickly, clubbing the girl in the head with the grip of his pistol. Maria! Hitomi shrieked. She stared in horror as her sister collapsed in a heap on the ground. Then Hitomi's eyes rolled back in her head, and she fainted into Archie's arms. Hitomi, hey! But the shock had overwhelmed her. She was out cold. Slowly, the assassin lifted his gun again, aiming for Archie and Hitomi. If he'd only had Hitomi to protect, Archie might have been able to pick her up and get away. But he couldn't just leave her sister here. He knew, with the chilling certainty of despair, that he could never save them both. Wham wham. Sisters in the alley. What a great bad ending name. Finding Maria had seemed like such a stroke of luck, but it led to Archie and Hitomi running right across the killer's path. This would never happen if Archie hadn't gotten distracted with tracking that weirdo on the cameras, if he'd focused on looking for the minivan instead. Okay, I'm making an executive decision. Let me first, I gotta reset this here. I think we can get away for right now. We'll do more bad endings later, but I think we can do one more, and then I think we can proceed to the more story bit thing. that makes sense. It's in the 16 to 17 hour. It'll be number 55. Whoop. You gotta make the sound effect. Oh, it's right here. I was already on it. I think this one goes by quick. They immediately took to their heels. Archie wasn't about to just let them go. He raced after them. Hey, get back here! The gang members sprinted away at full speed. They scattered a different direction to throw him off, but Archie wasn't going to let them get away that easily. He kept after the ringleaders as they headed toward the Nan Pei Dai area, darting down a narrow side street. He could see an intersection up ahead. Archie sped after them, making sure not to take his eyes off them for a second. Dead. Just murdered. Uh-oh. With his attention fixed on the fleeing troublemakers, Archie never saw the car speeding directly at him. By the time he registered the impact against his side, he was sailing through the air. Blood. He crashed to the pavement, skewed to a stop, and laid there struggling to breathe. As he watched two men get out of the taxi that had hit him, Archie thought to himself, I'm gonna die here. He'd been too careless. It was too late to walk that back. Oh, it's just we've seen the end, this end from Norikawa's perspective. He could hear the sound of his own heart beating all too slowly. And then, he heard it stop. Hit by a taxi. In his headlong pursuit of some SOS troublemakers, Archie ran right in front of a speeding taxi. Sure, as the gang's former leader, he can't just stand idly by and let them be a menace, but still, maybe it'd make more sense to talk to their current leader. Okay. So I'm playing a bit fast and loose. We did some bad endings. We could possibly do more, but I think we might be good. I think we might be good to go to the endings here. There's a small chance that we're not, but I guess, like I said, we'll come across it as we go. Let's see, let me just get the number that I've got running here on this list. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So allegedly there's still 22 bad endings, but a lot of those are going to be ones that aren't 100% pivotal to getting the true ending to this game, so. I guess we'll see how this all shakes out. Back to Tatsuno. Tatsuno's phone rang and he picked up as he sped onward. Were you able to break through safely? It was the voice of Detective Kajiwara. Tatsuno had thought he was at the Asawa residence. That patrol car just now, that was you. A call came in from Task Force HQ saying that Kano had found Maria. I figured maybe Kano was planning to take her to Koshi Pharmaceutical, and so I thought he'd need to make his way through one of the checkpoints here. But the fact that it was you, Detective Tatsuno? No, that was quite unexpected. He let out a weak chuckle. Kajiwara, are you hurt? No, don't worry about me. I'm just bleeding. Just please, help Maria. I made a promise to her father that I'd save his daughter, no matter what. Tatsuno could hear the energy draining from Kajiwara's voice. Understood. I'll keep that promise for you then. Thank you. Boop. The line went dead. He crashed headlong through that barricade. There was no aid come out of that uninjured. I'm sorry, Kajiwara, Tatsuno said to himself under his breath, and thank you. He bit his lip, then stepped hard on the gas again. But no, I thought we would be going still, game. 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 Don't make me search this. Don't do this to me. Oh, these are back open now. Do I just jump? Do I just go back into here? Susumu! The shout had come from Achi. Am I just gonna see the explosion again? And then it's like this painful memories back to the blue minivan just exploding over and over again. In an instant, a dozen members of SOS headed toward Palmer from all sides. Tough luck, pal, Suzumu said. Turns out we're not actually innocent bystanders. Now it's his turn to grin. You're completely surrounded. Give up and tell us the password now. And just for the record, we ain't scared of no virus. The tough-looking young men radiated bravado. Without hesitation, they closed in around the kidnapper. Surrounded? You certainly don't look like police. Palmer cast a bemused glance around himself. You're right about that, Achi said. I mean, just take a look. I gather up a bunch of people who love Shibuya more than their own lives in order to take your ass down. He kept Tomi shielded behind him while he spoke. There's no escape, he declared. You've lost. Lost? Me? Well, sure doesn't look like you're gonna get away. Palmer grimaced at Achi's words. I see. It appears our negotiations at our close. Enough of the high and mighty act. Suzumu stomped aggressively toward Palmer. Hey, Connor snapped. Easy now. They couldn't risk a scuffle sending the virus crashing to the ground. What a shame. Palmer swung his right arm up high. If this just does the same fucking thing, I might have to go and see some of these other bad endings. I tried to just rush the process. Everyone watched in dismay as his hand shot up. The vials he'd been holding sailed upward against the backdrop of the evening sky. Look out! Achi shouted. Catch him! Catch him! The hurtling vials scattered and began to fall. It seemed impossible that Kano's team would be able to keep them all from shattering against the ground. You just checked the news? Something happened? Breaking news. Oh, hey. Thank fucking God. No, our governor here in Texas was like, after he had a moment where he was like, oh, wearing masks, oh, we gotta open up everything, and then he was like, and he's peddled this whole shit where he's like, you know, a bunch of bullshit and everything. And then, as cases started skyrocketing again these past couple of days, he goes, well, it's not on me to tell people, the mayors of the, you know, the city governors, the mayors to, you know, they should be enforcing the mask rules. And then finally, everyone else, they're like our county now is like, all right, you need to start wearing a mask again. It's just a bunch of stupid people. Stupid people in charge. I hate it. The hurtling vials scattered and began to fall. It seemed impossible that Kano's team would be able to keep them all from shattering against the ground. I feel like I did probably see that. The SOS members fanned out, positioning themselves as best they could to intercept the falling vials. This is new, right? This is a new scene. Oh, okay, I probably did see it then. That sounds familiar. Kano likewise prepared to catch one that was heading straight toward him. Yeah, no, I do recall that. I do recall the guy in the hazmat suit thing, like he was just talking. It was like for a news program thing. It was quite good. As he did, he caught sight of Palmer speeding away. Kano made up his mind on the spot. There's only one right call here, and he needed to make it. Oh shit. Okay, we're back to like actual game where it's back where I'm making choices where I don't know what I'm supposed to pick. Fuck it. Chase the man. No, I think I mentioned a couple days ago when I went to the grocery store last, there was a lot of people not wearing masks. And, I just, like, under my breath cannot help but, like, just curse them out to myself. Like, I don't say it loud enough for anyone to hear, but, like, it actively makes me, like, angry when I was, like, just seeing, like, groups of, like, people walking around the grocery store. And, like, no offense, but it's always the same looking type of people. Where you're like, alright, yep, you're the stereotypical type of person that would get mad for having to wear a mask. Yeah. I don't have that same luxury here at Texas is fine, HEB. He had to chase after Palmer. It didn't matter if he didn't grab the vial. Something about the way this was playing out made Kano sure of it. Calling upon all his rugby training, he broke into a sprint. Deftly dodging through the crowd, Kano kept Palmer in sight. He would catch him. One way or another, he was going to bring this bastard down. Steadily, he gained on his quarry. Full form tackle. At last, he drew within striking range and immediately dived into an expert tackle. He caught Palmer around the waist. Their bodies collided with violent force. Oof! Palmer went down flailing and hit the pavement hard. Even then, he tried to resist, but Kano straddled him and held him down. Tell me the password, Kano snarled. The kidnapper sneered triumphantly. You made the wrong choice. Wrong choice? The Ua is out now. Now nobody can be saved. You've just killed everyone in the city. No, Kano shot back. Nobody's going to die. And what makes you so sure of that? The way you fled the scene just now? If the virus had really been in those vials, you could never have hoped to escape infection. Running off on foot would be pointless. Palmer said nothing, which means there was no virus in those vials. They were just a decoy in order to buy you time to escape. Now Palmer gritted his teeth and glared up at Kano. The look on his face confirmed the detective's hunch. But more importantly, it was your eyes. You didn't have the eyes of a man who was putting his life on the line. My eyes? Who do you think you are, Sherlock Holmes? I know full well the look in a man's eyes when he's willing to die. In the back of his mind, Kano replayed the moment when Tatsuno, doused in gasoline, had marched into the financial office to talk down a would-be arsonist. Now then, the password, give it to me now! Kano tightened his grip on Palmer's collar, but the man just gazed back at him with an icy glare. Let me have Tomiyasawa's blood. That was our original deal. Kano wasn't surprised. He'd known it wouldn't be easy to get him to talk. Maybe it really would be impossible to strike a deal without Kanan. But if getting her on the phone wasn't an option, Kano had to figure out something else. Sweat beaded on his brow as he cast about for ideas. Then he happened to catch sight of a car that had been overturned by an accident nearby. Gasoline had spilled from the vehicle, creating a broad, dark puddle on the pavement. Kano took out his handcuffs, then cuffed Palmer's arm to his own. Come with me. Jerking his captive back to his feet, Kano led him over to the car. Then, without hesitation, he sat down in the pool of gasoline. Yanking on the handcuffs, he pulled Palmer down beside him. Kano pulled a lighter from his pocket. Oh, he's gonna play a shadow game here. Palmer snorted. And just what's this supposed to be, huh? Tell me the password. Or else what? You'll light the gas? You'll be burned to a crisp yourself. Yeah, probably. Kano heard the casual desperation in his own voice. What the hell are you thinking? The smile vanished from Palmer's face. Kano scowled down him. Kano scowled down him? Lots of choices here. Fuck it, let's go full tilt. Get revenge for Sasayama. I'm getting revenge for my partner. Kano thought back to the sight of Sasayama sprawled out and bleeding on the pavement. Thanks to this man's scheme, his partner was now teetering on the brink of death. Alfred should pay for that. Oh my god. Oh my god! Calmly, Kano flicked the lighter on. You can't be serious. Palmer's eyes fixed on the tiny flicker of flame. The password. You value your life so little? The password. In his mind, Kano could see the pages of the Dick Diary clear as day. Dick Dictum number 1. Never lose sight of what you're supposed to protect, ever. Palmer glared in defiance. Kano brought the lighter closer and closer to the gasoline. He could practically feel his own life growing shorter as his hand descended. Yeah, it's the Dick Diary. No, man, it's a Dick Diary. You're not mistaken. And yet, he felt no trace of fear. His body was numb, his senses strangely distant. Time seemed slow. The world around him dissolved into a blur. He was surprised at how calm, how remote he felt, here in the midst of this life-or-death confrontation. And then, far in the depths of Palmer's eyes, he saw the barest hint of doubt. He fixed his gaze on that point of weakness and did not look away. Palmer's shoulders slumped perceptibly. Now Kano was certain of it. This was a man who'd never put his life on the line before. Caesar's words sounded in the back of his mind. You need a cool mind, but a fiery spirit. A detective without both of those is worth nothing. Let me go. Promise to let me go and I'll tell you. Is that your answer? I don't think you quite understand the situation here. Kano brought the flame still closer to the gasoline. Palmer's eyes went wide. No longer was he able to hide his trembling uncertainty. All right, I'll tell you. Just put that thing out. The password first. His voice was a strangled snarl. Palmer gave him the password. Peanuts. Kano extinguished the lighter. Oh, it's not going to tell me what the password was? Couldn't just do that? Pulling out a cell phone, Kano dialed up Asawa. As he did, he recalled his last exchange with Stanley at the electronics shop. Looks like we'll be able to have that beer together after all. But Asawa didn't answer. Kano guessed immediately that something was amiss. Detective? Achi's voice was full of worry. I've got Stanley on the line. He says that Detective Tatsuno... The fuck? That ringtone is the harbinger of bad news. Every fucking time. Kano didn't get to hear the rest of Achi's words. A thunderous blast hurled him to the pavement. Where had the explosion come from? His lighter certainly hadn't set the gasoline ablaze. Kano hadn't been that clumsy. So what had happened? Only one possible answer came to mind. Palmer had blown himself up. But that only confused Kano further. His captive had already given up the password. What would prompt him to set off a bomb at this juncture? As he was losing consciousness, Kano continued to rack his brain. But he found no answers. Well... 67. A mysterious explosion. Well. Of course it'd give me bad ending. Do I do the jump? Do I do this? I guess I should see if this yields anything possibly different. Susumu! Achi shouted at the top of his lungs. Getting emerged. Yup. Surrounded. Up. Now the terrace is visibly at a loss. Right about that. We're really cool. There's no escape, declared. You're lost. Lost? Me? Well, it sure doesn't look like you're gonna get away. Alfred grimaced at Achi's words. I see that it appears our negotiations are at a close. Why did he still seem so confident? Something definitely didn't seem right. He really doesn't care. Can I? No, I can't. Okay. Oh no, he's going to unleash the virus, accepting that it would kill him too. Alfred met Hachi's eyes, and seeing the haunted realization there, the terrorist flashed a wicked and triumphant grin. Enough of the high-end mighty act, Suzumu shouted. He began to stomp toward Alfred, but he didn't reach him in time. Vitals in Alfred's hand went sailing high into the air. Look out, catch him, catch him! Hachi gestured for his comrades to fan out across the open space. Vitals seemed to almost vanish against the backdrop of the evening sky. How many of them had this guy even thrown? There was no way to tell for sure. And if even one of them broke open, it would be a death sentence for Shibuya. They had to make sure they caught them all. Oh hell yeah, spinning around in the midst of the chaos, Hachi saw Suzumu catch one vial deftly. Many of the other gang members appeared to have done the same. There's one more, over there. Fucking catch it! The desperate shout had come from Hitomi. She'd spotted a vial sailing in a high arc away from all the SOS members. Damn it! Hachi launched into motion, ignoring the searing pain in his leg, but the falling vial was so far away. Yeah, it was now or never. He threw himself into a headfirst slide. Nice catch! The gang members broke out into cheering and applause. Hachi got to his feet and looked around, but saw no sign of either Kano or Alfred. Hey Hachi, if you're looking for the detective? Suzumu gestured with his chin. Hachi looked and saw Kano far away across the scramble, chasing after Alfred. Soon, both men were lost in the crowd. Hachi would have charged off in pursuit as well, but his wounded leg made that impossible. Get him, detective! He murmured under his breath. We're counting on you. Hachi's cell phone rang. It was Stanley. Mr. Stanley, what's going on? Something isn't right. Huh? I can't get in touch with Tatsuno, Stanley said. What about on your end? Anything unusual going on? No problems here for the moment. Detective Kano managed to catch Alfred. Did he get the password? Dunno. I think he just finished his interrogation. Could you put me on the line with Kano? Yeah, give me a sec. Hachi turned to Kano and shouted, Detective! Kano turned to look at him as he was flipping his own cell phone closed. I've got Stanley on the line. He says that Detective Tatsuno... Kaboom. Before he could complete a sentence, a massive explosion blasted Hachi off his feet. Tiny bits of metal tore through his arms, legs, and torso. He crashed to the ground and crumpled like a tattered rag. There were screams coming from all directions, but as Hachi started to fade from consciousness, the voices got softer and softer. Blood again. Through the haze of pain, he saw a bloodied arm stretched out before him. He saw a hand that had been clasped with his hand all day long. The fingers feebly reached for him, and Hachi intertwined them with his own. It took the very last of his strength. Then, both hands subsided into stillness. Bad. 74, mysterious explosion. All these mysterious explosions. Bad endings, knocking them out. Great. Good job, Austin. I assume what I can do is use the Stanley jump here to continue. See what good old Stanley's up to. Yay. Turning his attention back to the handbag, Stanley searched it more thoroughly and found a photograph tucked inside that he'd overlooked on his first inspection. What the hell? He stared at the picture, swallowing the lump in his throat. It was a photo of Maria, standing next to another young girl. There was something written in marker on the back. What does it say? 7:30? Me and Kanan, 7:30. Stanley hurriedly flipped the photo back over and looked at it again. What does this mean? The girl in the photo with Maria looked nothing like Kanan, who had been there at Endo Electronics, who had left with Maria and Tatsuno just a few minutes ago. Oh, we're getting into some weird thing. But if the girl they were working with wasn't Kanan, then who was she? Are they loud and obnoxious? You just can't catch a break with neighbors, it seems like. Oh, shit. Were you invited? So what you do is you take some eggs and you welcome them to their new place. But if the girl they were working with wasn't Kanan, then who was she? Is one of these Kanans fake? No, no, no! Stanley felt his blood run cold. Could she be? Was she Alfred? The fuck? Kanan's Alfred? Oh, it's one of those things where the front door's open. Yeah, that's obnoxious. People that move into an apartment complex and have a party the first night as like a move-in party, lame as hell. And bad news probably, they're probably gonna be really obnoxious beyond just tonight. The more you thought about it, the more it all added up. Assuming Alfred were masquerading as Kanan, the whole sequence of events suddenly began to make sense. She was strikingly audacious and fiendishly clever, but she hadn't outmaneuvered them just yet. Maybe they'd never be able to get a house. As luck would have it, they still had a chance to stop her. Oh, it's one of those types. And at long last, Stanley could see the outline of Alfred's plan. Yeah, maybe if it's so bad that maybe they'll rile someone else up and they'll get called out on. Her goal was to get the antiviral, but extracting the DDS from Hitomi's blood wasn't enough. Koshi Pharmaceuticals still had the drug at their laboratory. The antiviral's value came specifically from having a monopoly on it, which meant that, in addition to obtaining the drug herself, Alfred was needed to destroy Akoshi's research facilities. That was the crux of her plan. The problem was finding a way to infiltrate those facilities. In all likelihood, Alfred's scheme went something like this. Have Maria Sawa kidnapped, then infected with the virus. After that, eliminate Tanaka. Once Sawa learned that Maria had been infected with the virus, he was certain to use the antiviral on her. But he'd need his partner Tanaka in order to access the storage facility. Tanaka was dead. That was why Alfred had been masquerading as Kanan. Kanan was Maria's friend and an expert at hacking passwords. If she could secure Sawa's trust, he would let her into the research facility in order to carry out the hack. That's why Alfred, in the guise of Kanan, had saved Hitomi's life repeatedly. Getting Hitomi to trust her would likewise earn the trust of her father. There were still some finer details that remained a mystery. For instance, how was Alfred going to destroy the lab? Still, Stanley could look into that once he had her in custody. So what, we're just assuming that this person masquerading as Kanan is Alfred? At least according to Stanley? He needed to move quickly and stop her from ever getting into the Akoshi facility. I fixed it. Daisuke approached Stanley and held out Maria's cell phone. Well, as best as I could at any rate. Looks like it'll get a signal, but whatever data was on it is all gone. I see. Stanley took the phone and put it in his pocket. He'd hoped he might be able to learn something useful from it, but luck evidently wasn't on his side. He was just going to have to go up against Alfred with what he already knew, or already had. Now that he'd guessed what was really going on, Stanley went to talk to Kano. Jesus, you need to go to the scramble without me, he said. What? Kano was visibly shocked. Where's this coming from all of a sudden? Please, don't ask me to explain. Something else has come up, and I have to see to it. Stanley hated having to do this. He wished he could explain everything, but if he made any unusual moves now, there was a risk that Alfred would pick up on it. It was better to keep his companions in the dark just in case. I understand, Kano said. Do what you have to and come back soon. I'm sorry. I wish I could tell you more. It's alright. I'll find a way to get by. Thumbs up. Kano gave him the thumbs up. The sight brought back some painful memories. Up until just a few hours ago, Stanley had instinctively seen Kano as all too naive, and now he finally knew why. Kano was just like his younger brother, Frank. Fucking Frank, man. They might have looked very different, but in the way they mixed up their responsibilities with their personal feelings, they were totally alike. Didn't we get this before? Stanley couldn't discount that naivety. In the end, it was all a part of the human condition. Jack, are you really okay with this? Frank cast an anxious look at his older brother as they made their way onto the University of Chicago. A private university in Chicago, Illinois, lauded as one of the foremost research institutions in the U.S., more than 90 alumni have been awarded the Nobel Prize. The school has made a number of major contributions to the world beyond simple academics, including the construction of the world's first artificial nuclear reactor, Chicago Pile 1, and the Chicago School of Economics, a school of economic thought that stresses monetarism. As long as you take your studying seriously, I'm all for it. Frank had been worrying about tuition costs as he prepared for college. After losing their parents 5 years earlier, the two had struggled to get by. Yeah, but Stanley set both hands on his brother's shoulders. Listen to me, Frank. You're my brother, and I care about you. I just want whatever you do to be something you can be proud of. All right, Jack, I hear you, and thanks. Brothers. Kano, promise me one thing. What's that? Once this is all over, you'll go have a beer with me. Sure, all right. It's a promise now, remember. Kano flashed him a grateful smile. And in that smile, Stanley again saw a little something of Frank. Just curious here. Okay, no, we're good. And then there's a jump point here. Okay. Hurrying out of Endo Electronics, Stanley dialed up Tatsuno as he ran along. Listen carefully. Your life may depend on it, he said as soon as Tatsuno picked up. He knew that the detective wouldn't be able to respond openly since Alfred was right there with him. On the spur of the moment, Stanley devised a simple code for how he should answer yes or no. He told Tatsuno to respond with, "That's right," to mean yes, and "will do" to mean no. There was no time for anything more complex. Right now, Stanley just needed to stop Alfred from getting into the lab. He quickly explained his suspicions about Kanan. Tatsuno sounded distinctly unnerved. At any rate, Stanley said, you need to find a way to turn back without her realizing what's going on. Will do, Tatsuno replied. So he was going to head to the laboratory despite Stanley's instructions. Saving Maria is your top priority, isn't it? That's right. The detective's affirmation was firm. All right, then. Guess I'll have to head that way myself. In the meantime, do not let her inside that lab. That's right. Tatsuno was no match for Alfred. If she figured out what was going on, she'd probably kill him on the spot. Reassurance or encouragement would be meaningless right now. Instead, Stanley left Tatsuno with one final warning. I mean... But if it comes down to it, just shoot her. If you hesitate for a moment, she'll have you dead. Tatsuno hung up without saying anything. The area around Dogenzaku was in disarray. The government had declared a state of high alert. The people on the street were milling around uneasily, unsure just what was going on. Modern-day Japan lacks both the infrastructure and the legal framework to properly deal with the large-scale bioterrorist threat. Coordination between the police, Japan Self-Defense Force, health centers, and so forth would be a monumental task. In all likelihood, if a bioweapon was ever unleashed there, the target site would fall into chaos. The main roads had been blocked off and automobiles and motorcycles were at a standstill. Some vehicles had overturned on the curb in an apparent attempt to circumvent the blockade. Any moment now, Kano's team would be putting their plan into action at the scramble. Stanley wasn't sure who they might have gotten to help. Kano was certain to put them to good use. Please stay safe. Don't you dare die on me. Don't you dare die on me! Stanley prayed silently as he darted underneath the railway overpass. He made it to his car, still parked on roadside and, fortunately, beyond the blocked-off area. Jumping in, he sped off toward the laboratory. As he drove along, Stanley again tried to deduce Alfred's plan of action. If Alfred herself was on the way to the lab now, then what was the objective of the fake who'd been sent to the scramble? A call came in from Tatsuno. Stanley here. He picked up quickly, but as he did, he wondered. Why was Tatsuno calling him? Alfred was right there. There's no way the detective should be risking a phone call. What's going on? Tatsuno said nothing. Stanley repeated the question. Still, Tatsuno did not reply. Stanley's apprehension spread like a droplet of ink in water. Hey, has something happened? Hey, answer me! The call cut out. Stanley hurriedly dialed Tatsuno's number, but he couldn't get through. Something had gone badly wrong, he was sure of it. Had he been too arrogant in thinking that he might be a match for Alfred? His worries turned to the team at the scramble. What if they had walked into a trap? Figuring that would be too dangerous to call Kano in the midst of the negotiations, Stanley instead dialed up Achi. Mr. Stanley, what's going on? To Stanley's relief, it sounded like things down at the scramble had gone well enough, so he asked Achi to put him on the phone with Kano. Yeah, give me a sec, the young man said. Detective. Stanley couldn't hear Achi shouting on the other end. Could hear. I've got Stanley on the line. He said that Detective Tatsuno... There was a sudden tremendous boom, and then the call cut out. Stanley's jaw dropped. He felt his mind emptied out by despair. He opened his mouth, but he couldn't even bring himself to scream. All he could do was curse inwardly, again and again. Stanley slammed his fist into the steering wheel as hard as he could. Then he did it again and again, and again and again and again. He didn't stop, even when his fists were marred with blood. Yeah. Number 81. Call cut short. Well. It's fine, we've got jumps we can do. We've got the jumps. This is just a crazy thing the game has just put on us. Like, hey, Alfred's this Kanan poser. Once they'd made it past Shibuya Station, the roads were relatively clear. They ought to make it to the lab in no time. The phone rang again. It was Stanley. What's going on? He asked the American. Listen carefully. Your life may depend on it. I'm going to ask you some questions. If the answer is yes, say that's right. If it's no, reply with will do. For a moment, Tatsuno was bewildered. From the urgency in Stanley's voice, however, he realized that there was some kind of emergency. That's right, he said after a moment's thought. A moment's thought that ought to let Stanley know that he understood the code. Is Kanan with you right now? That's right. That Kanan is an imposter. Tatsuno gripped his phone more tightly, hoping it would stop the trembling in his hand. It's her, Stanley said. She's Alfred. The detective had to stifle a gasp of alarm. I don't have time to fill you in on the details, but I've got some pretty incontrovertible evidence. You need to turn back, now. Tatsuno struggled to come to terms with what he just heard. He glanced at Kanan through the rearview mirror. She was holding Maria tightly in her arms. Was this really all an act on her part? And if so, why? There's only one possible reason. If Kanan really was Alfred, then she had only one goal. She was pretending to help Maria in order to get into the lab, where she would be able to steal the antiviral. But wait, hold on. Kanan was Maria's friend, wasn't she? Hitomi had said as much herself. Kanan is my sister's friend. Maria certainly knew what her own friend looked like, and since it was obvious that Maria might be present, it didn't make sense for a clever imposter to pretend to be Kanan, or did it? when Kanan showed up on the roof of South Hill, making her surprise attack on Tatsuno. Maria had taken off down the staircase without ever looking back. And when she turned up at the endo-electronics workroom, Maria had already collapsed and fallen unconscious. Tatsuno felt a chill spreading through his body. As far as he knew, Maria had never actually seen the girl, who was now sitting in the back seat. But then, what about Hitomi? Shouldn't she have known that Kanan looked like? Tatsuno tried to remember just what Hitomi had said. Kanan is my sister's friend. I just met her for the first time today. If they'd never met each other before today, then maybe Hitomi didn't know what the real Kanan looked like. That was the only explanation that made sense. Hey, Tatsuno, are you still with me? Stanley sounded like he was on the verge of panic. At any rate, you need to find a way to turn back without her realizing what's going on. Even if Kanan really was Alfred, Tatsuno had to keep heading toward that lab. He went over the coded responses in his head. Yes was that's right, no was will do. Will do, he said. Saving Maria is your top priority, isn't it? That's right, Tatsuno affirmed. Alright then, guess I'll have to head that way myself. In the meantime, do not let her inside that lab. That's right. Tatsuno hung up. Who was that? Kanan asked. Tatsuno felt his heart skip a beat. That was Kuze, that cop from earlier. He tried to keep his voice as low as possible. He was worried about us and wanted to check up. Ah, okay, Kanan muttered, sounding disinterested. Tatsuno could only hope she hadn't guessed the truth. It felt like the specter of death himself was breathing down his neck. Psycho! It's bizarre. Mental. At last, the minivan arrived at a Koshi Pharmaceutical. Tatsuno pulled up at the front gate and got out of the vehicle. Off to one side of the entrance was an intercom for contacting the security room. I'm assuming you've already heard the details from the director? Tatsuno barked into the intercom. Open up. We haven't heard anything from Director Osawa. The security guard spat back. And moreover, the laboratory is currently on lockdown. I'm sorry, but not even Director Osawa is allowed inside. That's ridiculous. Tatsuno scowled at the intercom in frustration. Then, a car came racing toward him along the street. The sound of screeching brakes filled the air as the vehicle skidded to a halt, and then Kenji Osawa jumped out from the driver's seat. Maria! Osawa rushed over to Tatsuno, then to Maria where she lay in the minivan. He looked carefully at his daughter's face. Oh, thank goodness. She still hasn't gone symptomatic. Mr. Osawa, why aren't people being allowed into the laboratory? Osawa tilted his head. They're not? Tatsuno explained what the guard had said. That's ridiculous. Osawa immediately called the security guard on the intercom. He got the same story. You've got to be kidding me, Osawa raged. I'm the lab director here. But the security guard wasn't hearing it. I'm sorry, sir. Why don't they just climb that little gate? Like, look how it's not even tall. Just jump over. But the security guard wasn't hearing it. I'm sorry, sir. These orders come from Mr. Makino. No. So am I just supposed to sit out here and watch my daughter die? Just jump. Tatsuno racked his brain for other ideas. Maybe they'd have to climb the gate and break their way in. Yeah. Then, over the intercom, they heard the sound of a phone ringing in the security room. The security guard answered it without muting the intercom speaker. His voice was faintly audible. He sounded rather differential. Who in the world could he be talking to? Before Tatsuno could muse further, the gate suddenly opened. It's going down. Huh? Why? Tatsuno and Osawa looked at one another in surprise. I have a message for Director Osawa from Mr. Makino, security guard said. From Makino? Osawa huddled over the intercom and had a brief Soto... I have no idea what that phrase is. Exchange with guard. What was that all about? Tatsuno asked. It would seem that my wife was able to pull some strings for us. After Osawa left home, I had a change of heart. Even if it meant losing everything, she decided she wanted to save Maria's life. Although Maria was not Ai's real daughter, it turned out the time they'd spent living together had sowed the first seeds of a familial bond. It's too late, Ai. You suck. Osawa smiled uncomfortably. Tatsuno didn't have time to wonder what that might mean. Has the lock been open for us as well? He asked. The smile disappeared from Asala's face. No. She wasn't able to do anything about the final layer of security. I see. Well, let's regroup inside for now. Very well, Asala said. By the way, who's going to be hacking the password? I am, Kanan replied. Ah, so you're Kanan. We should get you to the laboratory then. Asala began to lead the way inside. Kanan followed. If Kanan really was Alfred, Tatsuno couldn't let her into that lab. But without getting that lock open, there was no way of getting Maria the antiviral she needed to survive. What was the right call? Should he still pretend to be in the dark and let Kanan try to hack the password? Delay. They couldn't go anywhere until Stanley got there. Tatsuno knew exactly what he needed to do. What's the matter? Asala turned and cast a look of confusion back at Tatsuno and Kanan, both of whom had stopped in their tracks. We'll wait out here, Tatsuno said. But, I mean, isn't Kanan going to hack the password? There's been a slight change of plans. Go ahead and wait for us at the lab, Director. Alright. But we don't have much time before Maria develops symptoms. I'll be inside. Please don't keep me waiting too long. With Maria in his arms and a worried look on his face, Asala hurried through the gate and disappeared from view. What do you think you're doing? Kanan asked. Stiffening as Tatsuno nudged the barrel of his gun against her spine. Aw, hell yeah. You're Alfred, aren't you? I have no idea what you're talking about. It's no use trying to play dumb. Stanley's found proof. Before he finished speaking, Kanan seemed to disappear from view. Damn! She cartwheeled away at blinding speed. I wish there was a video of that. Too quick for Tatsuno to keep a bead on her. By the time she'd righted herself, she'd already drawn a gun of her own. Abruptly, he found himself facing her in a stare-down, weapons aimed at one another. Then Kanan's phone rang, and she reached to answer it. Don't move, Tatsuno roared. Did you forget the plan? That might be Hitomi calling. I don't care, don't you move! If Kanan really was Alfred, the whole plan might be a sham. Tatsuno kept the barrel of his gun squarely on its mark. Kanan let out a little sigh. Have you considered that Stanley might be lying to you? Yes, it's possible, but I need to make sure we avoid a worst-case scenario. If you don't let me into the lab, who's going to hack the password? We've got your little decoy. My friends will get the fake Alfred to cough up the password. Once her phone had stopped ringing, Kanan sighed again. And what about Stanley then? Is he on his way here? Who knows, Tatsuno said. At that, Kanan lowered her gun. She seemed disturbingly full of confidence. Kanan flipped open her cell phone. Who do you think you're calling? Tatsuno adjusted his aim, pointing his gun at the young woman's head. Look, I'm gonna call Hitomi and have her clear up these suspicions you have about me. We don't have the time for this right now. Wouldn't you agree? Kanan stared back at Tatsuno, cell phone in hand, waiting for his reply. Hiya! Doesn't matter what Hitomi says. I trust my own judgment. Your own judgment, huh? And is that always correct? Kanan began punching in numbers. She never took her eyes off Tatsuno as she waited for Hitomi to pick up. She's not answering. Kanan hung up and tried calling again. It's me. It looked like she'd gotten through this time. That detective doesn't trust me. Apparently he thinks I'm Alfred, not Kanan. After a few moments, Kanan held the phone out to Tatsuno. It's a fucking trap! Here, Hitomi says I'm definitely Kanan. My dad says he definitely works for Nintendo. You have to believe me. Here's the phone to prove it. Now put down your gun. Here, Hitomi says I'm definitely Kanan. Tatsuno didn't reach out for the phone. Instead, he advanced on Kanan with his gun still on its mark. This is a farce, Tatsuno spat. Hitomi's words don't mean a thing. You might be Kanan to her, but you aren't to me. I don't even know if there ever was a real person named Kanan in the first place. So maybe you're Kanan, and you're Alfred. Kanan shook her head, then put her phone away. If you're really Alfred, then you don't actually need to hack the password, Tatsuno said. I'm guessing you've already gotten it from Tanaka, which means you'll be able to get your hands on the antiviral as soon as you get into the lab. Kanan didn't so much as flinch. The only thing stopping you is the antiviral still in Hitomi Asawa's body. Possessing the antiviral and having a monopoly on it are two very different things. You want to eliminate Hitomi. That's why you lured her down to the scramble. Am I wrong? If that's true, then how am I planning on getting rid of her? Using this so-called substitute Alfred or something? Yes, that's right. Tatsuno couldn't be certain. But he couldn't think of any other way. Kanan let out a laugh. You don't know the first thing about Alfred, she said. Alfred keeps the outlines of his plans blurred so that his deliberate actions just get lumped in with coincidences. That's the crux of all his plans. That's how he's able to pull off his schemes by himself. He'd never solicit help from a third party. The words seemed like they were Kanan's, but also seemed like they were Alfred's. Whatever the case, Tatsuno had to let Kano know that Hitomi was in danger. With his gun still at the ready, he got out his phone and called the detective. But the phone rang several times and nobody answered. Eventually, he had no choice but to hang up. They must have been in the middle of a confrontation on the other end. For now, Tatsuno could only pray that Kano and the others would be able to handle whatever threat they were up against. I am not letting you in there. At that, Kanan let out a faint chuckle. In that case, I'm going to have to eliminate you. Even without her gun raised, she still radiated intimidation. Tatsuno might have her at gunpoint, but he could feel the threat of her presence like a gathering storm. Eliminate me? He said, doing his best to mask any sign of weakness. Oh, so you're saying the bad fake hacking from earlier was, it was all an act, and it made no sense on purpose. She's like, I've got to pretend like I know how to hack things. You're the one who doesn't have your gun ready. I don't need my gun, Kanan said simply. And why is that? Because you can't shoot me. What's that supposed to mean? Kanan glared sharply at Tatsuno. Her look pierced him like a blade. Then she quirked an unsettling smile and took a step closer to him. Don't move, he warned. She was just making it up. Tatsuno said, nope, B is way too weak. No weakness. Try anything funny and I'll make sure you regret it. He kept his gun trained on the center of her chest. You can't shoot me. Kanan took another step closer. You're still traumatized from that time you let your friend's wife die. Oh my god! Cutting him to the core! How do you know about that? Tatsuno was shaking now, his aim wavering. I heard you talking with the younger detective up on that rooftop. That was right, she had been there. Let's test my theory out. Kanan pointed her index finger at her own heart. If you think I'm Alfred, then shoot me right here. Huh? The corner of her mouth twisted up. You can't do it, can you? Tatsuno's gun hand shook. Tatsuno's gun hand shook all the more. You're afraid to pull the trigger. It was as if her words were a spell she was casting over time. Okay. You can hardly even stand the thought of pointing your gun at someone. Tatsuno shook his head violently back and forth, but he couldn't get Kanan's words out of his head. If it comes down to it, just shoot her. If you hesitate for a moment, she'll have you dead. That's what Stanley had said, and he was right. Don't hesitate. Don't think. This was Alfred, a sadistic terrorist. He just needed to trust himself and pull the trigger. Pull it. There was a horrid, visceral sound. Gastric fluids rushed up Tatsuno's throat. He pitched forward onto his hands and knees and vomited on the spot. The sensation of pulling the trigger, the recoil in the wake of the shot, it was exactly as it had been all those years ago. He never wanted to fire a gun again. At this point, he'd probably never be able to. Where were you even aiming? The voice had come from right in front of him. Damn! He looked up to see Kanan standing right there. His heart began hammering like mad. This was the end. He braced himself for oblivion, even as his body cried out to survive. There was the dull roar of a gunshot, and then silence. 85. One last shot. Well. Well, this thing's back open. What is the jump here? Oh, it's not available yet. To the lab! The area around Dogenzaku was in disarray. The government had declared a state of high alert. Yeah, we read this. We had his car still parked on the roadside, unfortunately beyond the blocked area. Jump again. Oh, okay, I'll just go to here then. He made it to his car still parked on the roadside, unfortunately beyond the blocked off area. Jumping in, he sped off toward the laboratory. I don't know what I did to unlock more in this, but... Oh, nothing. It was just... a matter of formality. A matter of formality, the game. That's what this is. Jump! I told you, I will stay up till fucking 4 o'clock today to do this. This game must end. I must overcome. As he drove along, Stanley again tried to deduce Alfred's plan of action. If Alfred herself was on the way to the lab now, then what was the objective of the fake who'd been sent to the scramble? Decoy. To act as a decoy. Surely that was the imposter's purpose. But it wouldn't be a simple matter of providing a brief distraction. Alfred had been careful to wipe out almost everyone she'd associate with at the past. That was precisely why all of her defining characteristics, such as age and sex and nationality, had been unknown. It was unthinkable that she'd allow this decoy, who almost certainly knew who she really was, to stay alive. And since Hitomi carried the antiviral in her body, Alfred likely wanted to get rid of her as well. In all likelihood, the terrorist mastermind was planning to steal the antiviral from the lab, but as long as some of it remains in Hitomi's bloodstream, she wouldn't have a monopoly on it. Aha! Stanley suddenly blurted out. He just realized what Alfred hoped to accomplish at the scramble. She meant to eliminate both Hitomi and her own decoy at the same time. The question was how. Beginning with her bombings in Chicago, Alfred had made frequent use of remote-controlled explosives. It's the fucking ringtone. It was likely that she'd opt for something similar here as well. But she wasn't going to be at the scramble herself. So how in the world was she going to trigger the explosion? Was there some clue to be found in something she'd said or done earlier? Think. Try to remember. Think. Think, damn it! If he didn't do something, everyone at the scramble was probably going to die. Then, as he desperately racked his brain, he remembered something Kano had said. It had been while they were at the scene of the minivan explosion together. He said he heard a cell phone ringtone at the time of the explosion. Not sure if that's significant, though. Stanley recalled the recent exchange between Alfred and Hitomi. The two had called each other cell phones. Alfred really hadn't really been checking to make sure she had the right number. She's been checking to make sure Hitomi hadn't changed her ringtone. That was it. The bomb was set to detonate in response to a specific piece of music. And the ringtone on Hitomi's phone was the trigger. Where could the bomb be hidden then? Stanley didn't have the time to think. He needed to alert Kano and the others right away. As he pulled out his phone again, he recalled the map of the stakeout positions. Kano would probably be right next to the decoy Alfred. It might be a mistake to call him under the circumstances. Maybe he couldn't risk calling Kano, but he could call Achi. Stanley dialed Achi Endo's number. "Please, don't let me be too late," he muttered to himself as he waited for the call to connect. But although he called repeatedly, Achi still didn't pick up. Was he already too late? Stanley dreaded the answer to that question. No. What do you mean keep out? Yeah, what do you mean keep out? You keep out. It was like a soft keep out. Okay, well, if we're learning anything through this game, it's that now I head back to Achi and Kano, because these are back unlocked. Unless, is this a jump into where I need to go for Stanley? What is the 19 I mean, I can check here just by doing this. Boo-doo-doo-doo. Pulling his cell phone, Kano dialed up Asawa. As he did, he recalled his last exchange. Yeah, it's not the right jump. Okay. As he did, he recalled his last exchange with Stanley at the electronics shop. Looks like we'll be able to have that beer together after all. Okay, that's not what I was thinking was gonna happen. Kano was suddenly thrown down hard onto the pavement. Where had the explosion come from? His lighter certainly hadn't set the gasoline ablaze. Kano hadn't been that clumsy, so what had happened? Only one possible answer came to mind. Palmer had blown himself up. But that only confused Kano further. His captive had already given up the password. What would prompt him to set off a bomb at this juncture? As he was losing consciousness, Kano continued to rack his brain. But he found no answers. '68, mysterious explosion. Is it just wanting me to hit bad endings back on these for whatever reason? Is that what I'm doing? I am always confused if the game wants me to just hit these bad endings again, or or if I need to do like something slightly different or unlock more bad endings. He really doesn't care if he survives. Okay, well, oh no, he was going to unleash the virus. Accepting that would kill him too. Alfred met Achi's eyes, and seeing the haunted realization there, the terrorist flashed a wicked and triumphant grin. Enough of the high-end mighty axe, Azuma shouted. He began to stomp toward Alfred. Boop-a-doop-a-doop, but he didn't reach him in time. He throws the vials. Into the air they go. Look out, catch the vials. Do it, comrades. There's no way to tell for sure. And if you would throw they had to make sure they caught them all. Spinning around. Speed of sound. Catching all the vials. There's that one. And then he's like, oh, my leg hurts. Yeah, it was now or never. Nice catch. Gestures with the chin. Get him, detective, he murmured under his breath. We're counting on you. And then kaboom! Before he could complete his sentence, a massive explosion blasted Achi off his feet. Tiny bits of metal tore through his arms, legs, and torso. He crashed to the ground and crumpled like a tattered rag. Cool. Bloody arms again. Yes. Yes. blast of his strength. Then, both hands subsided into stillness. As much as I love this game, it is far from perfect. I can say that much. I can confidently say that much. Hey, I love seeing the explosions and the minivan explosions as much as the next guy. Maybe I need to fix something here. Maybe I'm overthinking this. Maybe I should have just... Tatsuno said that I am weak. I don't want to pull this trigger if I don't have to. Exactly, it would. It definitely would. I don't have to pull this trigger if I don't have to. It's not that you don't want to pull that trigger. Dash. It's that you can't pull the trigger. Kanan took another step closer. You're still traumatized from that time you let your friend's wife die. Did I change anything? No. The answer will not surprise you. I'll try to change this one then. Kanan stared back at Tatsuno, cell phone in hand, waiting for his reply. Stop. This is the sort of nonsense we don't have time for right now. Kanan shook her head, then put her phone away. Yeah, she doesn't call. Oh, maybe I did change. We changed. If you're really Alfred, then you don't actually need to hack the password, Tatsuno said. I'm guessing you've already got it from Tanaka, which means you'll be able to get your hands on the antiviral as soon as you get into that lab. Kanan didn't so much as flinch. The only thing stopping you is the antiviral still in Hitomi Asawa's body. Possessing the antiviral and having a monopoly on it are two very different things. You want to eliminate Hitomi? That's why you lured her down to the scramble. Am I wrong? If that's true, then how am I planning on getting rid of her? Using this so-called substitute Alfred or something? Yes, that's right. Tatsuno couldn't be certain. But he couldn't think of any other way. Kanan let out a laugh. You don't know the first thing about Alfred, she said. Are we still on good path here? Alfred keeps the outlines of his plans blurred so that his deliberate actions just get lumped in with the coincidences. That's the crux of all his plans. That's how he's able to pull off his schemes by himself. He never solicited help from a third party. The words seemed like they were Kanan's, but also seemed like they were Alfred's. Boop-a-boop-a-boop. With his gun still at the ready, Tatsuno got out his phone and called Kano. The young detective was quick to pick up. Wait, did what I do? I think I solved it. Okay, that actually makes some sense. So here, I got fake Kanan potentially / maybe potentially Alfred not to call Hitomi. Not to call Hitomi, because then she doesn't call Hitomi, she doesn't set off the bomb. That was the whole point of this. That was the whole point of this. What if we're all Alfred? No, we can't do this. But at least this makes sense. I was confused for a while, and then I'm like, oh wait, if he goes, hey, we don't have the time to mess around, she doesn't call Hitomi, doesn't set off the bomb, because now we're learning, obviously, and kind of what I suspected, is that the bomb is triggered by that ringtone for whatever reason. So that fixed everything else. So now all the storylines are back open. I'm gonna need some more water soon here in a bit. Jesus, I'm gonna be playing this all throughout the morning. Well, all you have to do is ask yourself, when you make mistakes, are they all just part of your grand plan? Are all your little subtle things that make no sense all part of the things to make sense? Whatever the whole thing shtick is. You blur the lines. Because if so, then yes, you are Alfred. That's going to be the final reveal of the game. Yanagashita is going to come, point to the screen, point to you, the player, you, the viewer, and be like, you're Alfred. Oh, I'm over here thinking you're making like a haha goofa joke, but now I get what you're trying to say. You're saying like capital P player is Alfred. So that's some fucking zero time dilemma shit. That's some actual thing where they point to the person playing the game and be like, you're a character in the story, you're Alfred. Okay, I get what you're saying now. If this game pulls that, if that's the big reveal, bruh. Detective Tatano, what's going on? You need to get Hitomi Asawa to safety immediately. Alfred isn't trying to get at her blood. He wants her eliminated. What? Oh, and see, we fixed the storyline here. So before Kanan, Faker, whatever, blew up the place, he tried calling, and he couldn't get a response because it had already blown up. So now he's able to talk. I get it. What? Hurry! Yes, sir. Once he'd gotten confirmation, Tatsuno hung up. What does this jump to? Oh, a time we haven't even gotten to yet. Oh my god. This is gonna take like 4 more hours. I hope you guys are make yourself some coffee. Thank God I'm starting to work from home starting tomorrow, because then I'll just be able to stay in bed that much longer and just roll out. Gonna be here till fucking 6 in the morning. And now your little plan has been foiled, Tatsuno said. Kanan snorted. Has it now? If I really am Alfred, then all I need to do is eliminate you here and head right into that lab. Yeah, I know. I don't think you're gonna be able to make it. I feel bad if you're not able to watch live, but if you have to bow out at any point, the VODs are there. The VODs are there, and then I need to catch up on archive, but they'll also be on archive if you want to. I won't tomorrow during the day be like, man, I might say you missed something wild. I might say that, but I'm not going to say what it is. I'm not going to be a shithead and just spoil. Even without her gun raised, she still radiated intimidation. Tatsuno might have had her at gunpoint, but he could feel the threat of her presence like a gathering storm. Eliminate me, he said, doing his best to mask any sign of weakness. That's all I'd put, all in caps. But Yanagashita, man. You're the one who doesn't have your gun ready. No, actually, you know what? Now, no matter what happens, tomorrow I'm just gonna text you. I'm just gonna send you a message, just Yanagashita. And then a couple random emojis just to make you think about what the hell I could be talking about. Emojos. I don't need my gun, Kanan said simply. And why is that? Because you can't shoot me. Do I have to read this all out? Okay, no. Bad ending. Okay, yep. I'm gonna get water really quick. Give me another minute or two here. The throat is starting to go. Need to replenish. I'm doing the thing I don't normally do, and I brought the water to me this time. Because I'm usually, when I drink water, I'm a stickler and need it to be like super ice cold. So I usually don't like bringing like a glass of water to where I'm at. But I can't just keep getting up. Not during this thrilling story. I'm trying to see, I think I'll go... We'll just fucking see the explosion happen again or something. Why did he still seem so confident? Okay, let me see where's the latest I can... here we go. Archie would have charged off in pursuit as well, but his wounded leg made that impossible. Get him, detective. He murmured under his breath. We're counting on you. Fade to black, no explosion. Great. Great. Cool. An official keep out. At least it's better than an explosion. I assume the same thing's gonna happen here. Pulling out a cell phone, Kano dialed up Asawa. As he did, he recalled his last exchange with Stanley at the electronics shop. Looks like we'll be able to have that beer together after all. The phone rang several times before Asawa picked up. It's Kano. I have the password. Are you serious? Asawa blurted in shock. Here, let me give it to you. Are you ready? Yes. It is 59 FBAI 4QL1. I guess I shouldn't have thought it was going to be some regular password. It would make sense. As he passed along the alphanumeric sequence, Kano kept his eyes on Palmer. The man stared back at him with an expression of bitter defeat. There was a long silence on the other end of the phone. Then at last Asawa's excited voice came through. That did it! It opened! The lock opened! Kano let out a deep breath of utter relief. Huh, Palmer snorted. You're really satisfied with catching me and saving the life of one girl? I suppose it's a Japanese way to forget the pain that had been visited upon you. But it's not over. The bloodshed will continue. All over the world. Women, children, the elderly, innocent, all will bleed. Because absolute justice is on our side. Is that right? Punch! Kano drove his fist into Palmer's face. There was no such thing as absolute justice. It was that kind of blind faith that kept the world in conflict. Well, this sure is quite the mess. You! Whirling around in surprise, Kano saw Kuze standing there. Director Kuze? He bowed his head apologetically. He may have apprehended the criminal mastermind, but only because he had ignored a direct order to place Maria under quarantine. I'm sorry, sir, but I... Save the apology, Kuze interrupted. You're the one who solved the case. You did good, kid. Once again, Kano bowed, this time even more deeply. Oh, and one more thing, Kano. Yes, sir? Sasayama has regained consciousness. I thought you'd like to know. Sasayama? They were able to save him? I got a call from the hospital. Looks like he's going to pull through. That's great. Really, great news. Tears of relief came to Kano's eyes. And if Asawa was able to get the lock at the lab open, he should have been able to get Maria the antiviral without any further difficulty. Kano dragged Palmer to his feet, then undid the handcuff from his own wrist, using it to properly bind his captive. The metal ring snapped shut with a soft, satisfying click. Palmer limply hung his head. It was over. It was all finally over. It really had been quite a day, Kano reflected. Beyond all the challenges he'd faced, he had come face to face with his own shortcomings. Now he knew what a long way he had to go to be the man he wanted to be. But at least, he learned what it truly meant to be a detective. Kuze was muttering to himself nearby. I mean, you don't even look alike, but... The director shook his head and cleared his throat. You know, Kano, for a second there, you look just like Tatsuno. Really, sir? Kano smiled, fussing sheepishly with his hair. Kuze's words were the finest praise he could have asked for. Someday, he hoped he really might be a detective like Tatsuno. No, he decided he would be. And until then, he'd never give up on that dream. It might be a long, long road, but he would walk it. Kano looked up into the sky. The neon lights of the city shone from all over. This was the same old Shibuya that it always was, but one that he looked at now with new eyes. It's the 109 building. Is that end? Is it a black screen? Is the minivan blowing out? Oh, nope, keep out. Alright, so 2 keep outs there. That's of course end, bad end, jack. There was a jump at some point, right? It was the softest keep out, so as not to startle me. Is this the Kano jump I need here? Need to get Tomi a solid safety immediately. It is. This was the same old Shibuya that it always was, but one that he looked at now with new eyes. His cell phone rang. Tatsuno's name appeared on the incoming call display. Kano quickly picked up. Beep boop boop boop. Detective Tatsuno, what's going on? You need to get Hitomi Asawa to safety immediately. Alfred isn't trying to get at her blood. He wants her eliminated. What? Tatsuno wasn't making any sense. Alfred Palmer had already been arrested. The threat was over now. Hurry, Tatsuno barked. Yes, sir. Detective? Achi called out suddenly. He was standing with Hitomi and the others near the statue of Hachiko. Detective! That's not the real Alfred! He's a fake! A fake? Yeah, I just got a call from Stanley. Kano didn't want to believe it. If this Alfred was just a decoy, that meant the real culprit was elsewhere, still on the loose. Achi's voice rang with desperation. He said the real Alfred is planning to get rid of both Hitomi and the fake with some kind of bomb. To get rid of Hitomi? That lined up with what Tatsuno had just called to warn him about. It must be true then. Once again, Kano tensed. A bomb, but where? Get me the Explosive Ordnance Division, someone squawked. It's a team made of the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department Security Bureau's 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 6th Riot Police units, as well as a support vehicle unit, SVU. Division members are trained in explosives disposal. Typically, a dangerous explosive is frozen with liquid nitrogen, then moved away from the site via support vehicle. The bomb is then detonated in a safe location. Explosives are almost never dismantled on site. We've got an emergency here. It was Kuze practically screaming into his cell phone. Remember in Trauma Center Under the Knife when you had to fucking dismantle the bomb using fucking surgical tools? It's a great game. We're at the scramble outside the station. Hurry! The director started running toward the precinct, still shouting as he wove his way through the crowd. Kano felt himself starting to panic. If Hitomi and Palmer were the targets, the bomb had to be nearby. He stormed over to his captive. Okay, where's the bomb? He demanded. What are you talking about? Don't play dumb with me. I already told you the password, Palmer said. What point would there be in keeping things from you now? He had a point, and if he had known about the existence of the bomb, he'd kept it a secret so far. Getting him to reveal it now would not be easy. Kano decided to just have to go look for it himself. He took a deep breath and tried to think logically. If he were Alfred, what would he do? How could he ensure that he'd eliminate both Hitomi and the fake Alfred at the same time? Where would he plant a bomb in order to pull that off? I mean, on the fake, on Hitomi, there's no other place could possibly. He's gonna try the same ploy all over again. I mean, fucking fine. It's always a minivan. It's always the minivan in this game. In a minivan. He was going to try the same ploy all over again. Kind of thought back to the other van explosion earlier that afternoon. Alfred would need an explosion big enough to wipe out both Hitomi and the fake Alfred, even if they got separated. With that in mind, rather than plant a bomb in one fixed spot, he would use a minivan, which could be moved to wherever Hitomi and Palmer happened to be. Achi, it's in a minivan. Look for a minivan. Kano scanned the area. There were plenty of vehicles parked all around, but no minivans. This seemed strange. If the two intended victims were here now, he'd expect the bomb to be somewhere near as well. Still, he didn't spot a minivan anywhere. Kano ground his teeth in frustration, sweat practically pouring from his forehead. Was he wrong in his assumption? If he was wrong, where else could the bomb be hidden? His mind began to run in circles. Okay, you can do this, he told himself. Focus, just think. Focus, think. He had to trust himself and then take action. He decided he'd just have to start checking whatever vehicles were close by. Leaving the fake Alfred under SOS's watch, he ran for the nearest parked car. He peered in through the side window. There didn't appear to be anything suspicious inside. Of course, if the bomb were set in the engine compartment or the trunk, a cursory check like this would never find it. Still, he hurried toward the next car. He had to trust his detective's instincts. If he couldn't spot the bomb itself in a vehicle, maybe something else would alert him to its presence. Alfred had a certain criminal signature that Kano was sure would linger. Nothing abnormal here. No problems here. Not this one either. With each car he checked, Kano's panic rose. About a minute, no, 2 minutes must have passed since he'd started searching for the bomb. Already more than 15 had passed since Palmer had appeared on the scene, not screen. Palmer just pops up on the screen here. The detonation could come at any moment now. Kano felt he might crumple under the weight of fear. It might already be too late. He felt utterly defeated. And then he saw it. A small, boxy minivan. And it was racing right toward him. The true villain, it's the minivan again! That was it. It had to be. The van drew steadily closer, streaming a massive plume of white smoke. Kano sprang into action. Stop! Stop that vehicle! He rushed right into the minivan's path, bracing himself to stop it with his own body if necessary. The driver's compartment was filled with white smoke, making it impossible for him to see who was driving. It's Yanagashita, man. The van might be unmanned. Stop! Kano shouted again. He knew it was probably pointless, but he had to try. And... Fuck, man. Kano whirled around. He could see countless bloody bodies scattered across the pavement. What the hell had just happened? It wasn't the minivan that exploded. The bomb must have been hidden someplace else. No. How? Kano crumpled to his knees. The minivan drove right on past him. The chilling breeze in its wake washed over him like the winds of despair. Bad ending. Number 70. The bomb explodes. Oh shit. Okay, so maybe it's not on the car? It's not in a car? It's a good point. Good point. An explosion explodes. They can't, they have to run out of numbers eventually. Apparently there's only 85 bad endings in this game. We can't get that high. I can't allow it. The bomb's gotta be on Hitomi. On Hitomi. That way he could be certain he'd at least eliminate her. Now that Hitomi carried the antiviral within her body, Alfred couldn't risk letting her go. If other terrorists happened to find out about her and managed to get hold of her blood, it could undermine everything he'd done. Whether he succeeded or failed at getting the antiviral from her, killing Hitomi must have been part of the plan. "Pardon me, miss," Kano said. "I just need to search you real quick." Hitomi hesitated, then gave a firm nod. "Achi, keep an eye on this guy," Kano called out, gesturing at Palmer. "If he tries anything funny, feel free to punch his lights out." "Okay, sure thing." Pat, pat, pat. Kano carefully scanned Hitomi from top to bottom. A cursory look was enough to tell him that there wasn't anywhere on her person a bomb could feasibly be hidden. Nonetheless, he did a pat-down search, just to make sure. She had her cell phone in her pocket, but beyond that, she wasn't carrying anything else of note on her person. What if the cell phone is the bomb? Is it possible? I don't even know. "Did you buy all this jewelry and accessories you're wearing yourself?" "Yes, most of them. The ring I got from my sister." "What about your clothes?" "Oh, I bought them just this afternoon. The top I was wearing before got torn." I see." Connor sighed deeply. No bomb. It wasn't there. Yeah, you know, those cool new flip phone model androids. Was Connor's guess off base, or had Stanley just been jumping at shadows? Oh yeah, fucking Samsung phone is just fucking blowing up a while ago. What a crazy time. That was what, like, a million years ago? It was, back before I aged a million years in the past year? Or had Stanley just been jumping at shadows? Decided you'd better check with the American. Kind of got out his cell phone. I remember that was a whole big thing, and then everyone who had Samsung phones, it was always just like, man, it sucks to suck. It's gonna explode in your pocket and you're gonna lose your balls or something. I don't know what it actually did. I actually don't know. I don't even know how severe the explosions actually were. I don't even remember if it was like really blown out of proportion or... Taco phone. Cell phone. Connor stared at his phone without dialing. That was it. The flip phones are coming back. I saw an ad just like... I mean, they've probably been here for a while now, but... like Razor phones. The cool-ass Razor phones. It's coming back. Get your flip phones. Connor stared at his phone without dialing. That was it. People always kept their cell phones on them. If you planted a bomb on one, you'd be sure to eliminate the owner. Hitomi, you have to give me your cell phone. It's a bomb. It was the only explanation. He took the phone from Hitomi and went to power it on. Stop, Achi shouted. Don't turn that thing on. Why not? I don't know, it's just what Stanley said. He told me to make sure her phone stayed off. There was no doubt about it. This was it. On his own phone, Kano called Director Kuze. Like people folding their phones. Yeah, I think really early on there was before they like rebuilt the model or something, there was one model where like if you kept it in your back pocket, one of the iPhone models were like thin enough and long enough where like if you put if you're a heathen that puts your phone in your back pocket for some ungodly reason, then especially without a case or anything, then I think if it got like slightly warm enough, it could like bend, like start to bend, I think. Heathens, I'm telling you. Who the fuck puts their cell phone in their back pocket? Kano, I found the bomb. It's a miniature explosive inside a cell phone. Kano described the dimensions and weight of the phone. The director ordered him to stand by until the bomb squad arrived. Kano hung up, then gently set Tomi's phone down on the ground. The simpler times of phone discourse. The phone discourse year. Well, what do we do? Hachi asked. For now, just let me handle this, Kano said. We don't know when or how this thing might explode. You guys get out of here. But, look, just get out of here, Kano snapped. I'm just waiting for the explosive ordnance unit to get here. After that, I'll clear out right away too. Don't worry. Alright. Hachi took Tomi by the hand and turned to go. Damn it! These explosions should not be as funny as they end up being. And yet here I am laughing at that same little 3-second clip of that street corner just blowing up. An instant later, Kano's senses were knocked out by him by a thunderous explosion. The blast was far too big to have come from something the size of a cell phone. Hey, at least I'm knocking out these bad endings. Nice. 69. Blown out by Mini Link. What are you? What? Huh? What do you mean a Mini Link? Am I supposed to? Do I do this again? Do I pick? Oh, minivan.mp4. Okay. That makes a lot more sense. I was like, what are you Mini Link? Mini Link deleted. No other place you could possibly have planted it. On the fake. There's no other place you could possibly have planted it. How much do you want to bet this ends in just an explosion again? Kano began to pat Palmer down carefully. Achi, he shouted. Check the case, hurry! He gestured to the Itachi case Palmer had been carrying. Don't move. Kano searched through his captive's jacket and the pockets of his pants. Pocket pants. But he came up with nothing. Perhaps Alfred had fitted the bomb into the man's watch or belt. Stop this. I'm not carrying a bomb. Shut your mouth. But Kano couldn't spot anything suspicious about the watch or the belt either. He clenched his jaw in frustration. Did Palmer really not have it after all? Detective. It was Achi. He looked alarmed. Kano hurried over to him, dragging Palmer along. When he looked inside the Itachi case, Palmer's face went pale. No, it can't be. Alfred, why? His voice was hoarse with betrayal. Then he abruptly broke into stilted laughter. Trusting someone really does make you blind. Such a simple, childish ruse, and it went right under my nose. Palmer looked over at Kano. We need to get out of here immediately, he said. That right there is C4. It's a plastic explosive created for military use. Chief component is RDX. Yep. Which is combined with a plasticizer such as diacetyl. It is highly reliable and is used by many military forces around the world, most notably the U.S. Armed Forces. A high-yield plastic explosive used by the military. And that's enough to blow this whole area to smithereens. A chill ran up Kano's spine. Do not let this man go, he said, handing Palmer over to Suzumu. Got it. Just leave it to us. Suzumu signaled to his followers, who immediately dumped Palmer unceremoniously on the ground. Look at it. It's plastered in there. Kano carefully inspected the inside of the Itachi case. Archie had found a false bottom in the case. The space between it was indeed packed full of plastic explosives. Set within it was what looked like a detonator. Kano didn't know much about bomb disposal. He'd only been taught the very basics during his police academy training. Nonetheless, something drew his eye. A microphone. There was a microphone attached to the detonator. In all likelihood, the detonator had been set to go off in response to some sort of sound. Oh, I wonder what that sound is. Hey, detective, is that thing gonna explode or not? Archie's voice was shaky. It looks like it's sound activated, but it hadn't gone off just from having people talk nearby. It means it must be set to explode in response to a specific sound trigger. A specific sound, huh? Archie took a moment to think. That's it. It must be Hitomi's ringtone. That's why Stanley had me power her cell phone off. So that means we're safe then, Hitomi asked. It's not going to explode anymore, right? Kano had to fight back any feelings of relief. They couldn't forget that this was Alfred they were dealing with. Assuming they were safe would be a dangerous mistake. Carefully lifting up the detonator, Kano spotted another cable connected to the bomb. As calmly as he could, he tried to remove the plastic explosive from the attache case. Ah, shit, man. He quickly discovered that the thinly stretched sheet of plastic explosives was only an intermediate layer concealing a second false bottom. A smaller timer had been set beneath it. There's not just a sound trigger. Kano's mouth had gone dry. His voice came out as a whisper. The bomb has also been fitted with a countdown timer. Stanley had been right on the mark. The ringtone of Hitomi's cell phone would trigger the explosion. That way Alfred could eliminate both her and her stooge, Palmer, at the same time. But just in case the sound trigger were discovered, as a backup, the bomb had also been rigged to explode after a set time. Kano speed dialed his boss. Director Kuze, where's that bomb squad? 151, 150, not even 2 minutes left to go. It didn't look like the explosive ordnance unit would make it in time. Kano scanned the area, weighing his options. He noticed Achi standing right beside the bomb case. Achi, he called out, leave that thing and get out of here. But Achi didn't move. No way. He sat down, the attache case cradled in his arms. Achi, what the hell are you doing? Oh no. Oh no. I'm not going anywhere until everyone's made it to safety. Detective, you need to get these people someplace safe right away. Clear the area first, then I'll go. But there's no way I can do that. Damn it, you don't you want to save these people too? Kano bit his lower lip in frustration. Achi was right. If the bomb went off amidst a crowd like this, there was no telling how many casualties there would be. He needed to do whatever he could as quickly as possible. Get back! Everybody get back! Achi shouted at the top of his lungs. There's a bomb! Everyone get out of here! Just run! Following his lead, Kano started directing nearby civilians to safety. Hitomi, Susumu, and the others added their voices. His. There's a bomb! Everybody run! Get away as best you can! Please, you all have to get out of here. The crowd wasn't listening to their warnings. On the contrary, some people hurried closer to see what commotion was all about, because people are dumb. It was no use. They were all out of time. Kano had to save Achi at least. He turned back to him and called out. Achi, that's enough. Leave the bomb and let's go. Achi! Hitomi shouted. Come on! But Achi only clutched the bomb more tightly. What are you doing? Kano screamed. Come with us, hurry! Still, Achi would not move. Susumu's face went pale. Wait, Achi, your leg. What about my leg? Earlier, when you kicked that steel pipe. What the heck? Finally, Kano understood. It wasn't that Achi didn't want to move. He couldn't move. And so he decided to get all heroic and use himself as a human shield to minimize the impact of the explosion on everybody else. That idiot, Kano muttered. If his leg was busted, why didn't he say so? How do you even make it this far? There couldn't be much time left. If Kano rushed to help him now, he might not make it to safety before the bomb went off. He had to make a decision. Just throw it as far as you can. Run. Kano ran for Achi anyway. He couldn't just abandon him. Achi was being an idiot. He wanted to sacrifice himself for the greater good, but Kano wasn't going to let him do that. To have someone else be your shield, to have them up and give their life for yours. Achi had no idea just how hard that would be on the people he left behind, even if it did save their lives. And until he was capable of comprehending that, Kano wasn't going to just let this kid die. He reached Achi in a matter of moments and grabbed him by the shoulder hard. Let go of the case, now! But Achi reflexively hunched lower. The hell are you doing, man? Why'd you come back here? Just come with me. We have to get out of here, exclamation point. Look, you need to run. I can't move. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. Kano squatted down and looked Achi right in the eye. Okay, you can't move on your own, so I'm gonna help you move, and unless you want to kill me too, you better cooperate. Damn it, don't be a fool, man. The strength ebbed from Achi's hands. Wasting no time, Kano pulled the case away, then slipped an arm around Achi's side. The legs got entangled as Kano dragged Achi to his feet. Come on, run! The detective shouted when they were upright at last. They needed to get out as far away as possible, in the few seconds they had left. Kano didn't know how big the explosion was going to be. Palmer had said it would be enough to blow the whole area to smithereens, though. And there'd been true terror in his voice when he said it. They just need to keep moving, keep running as far as their legs would take them. Achi, Hitomi shrieked. There was a blinding flash of light. Then, everything went dark. The force of the blast robbed Kano of his senses. He couldn't tell what happened to Achi, and in the end, it didn't really matter. Kano never even knew what cut his own life short. '71. Now, it may just be how I wrote it, so don't get too excited. But that may or may not possibly be the last bad ending we see, maybe. At least until we see the finale. Let me see how much more bad endings there are. Technically, just 13 more bad endings. Of which only maybe a couple are absolutely pivotal, apparently, to something. I don't know. You couldn't just rush in without a plan. A detective needed both a cool mind and a fiery spirit. And the more heated the situation was, the more he needed to stay cool. He could feel the muscles in his legs begin to stiffen. He did his best to slow his racing heartbeat as his mind sought desperately for a way out of the situation. But his eyes remained fixed on Achi, holding that bomb in his arms. Knowing that it could explode at any moment made it almost impossible to think. The harder he tried to calm himself, the more his panic grew. He cursed himself for not leaping into action immediately. He should have acted before thinking. That was the only thing he was good at. And still he stood frozen, staring at Achi. Then he felt the hairs rise up on the back of his neck. White smoke was pouring from an approaching minivan. It's a fucking minivan again. The vehicle teetered to a stop along the shoulder of the road. Still the smoke spilled out, roiling from a partly open window. Kano could feel a strange chill in the air. Is that? Instinctively he rushed toward it. It's the Marshmallow Man. What the fuck am I looking at? Peering through the minivan's windows, he saw a clunky box-shaped device in the back. It was rumbling fiercely, spitting out an unending mound of white clumps. A dry ice machine. Hey! Kano yelled, banging hard on the door. Dry ice? What are you talking? What? Open up! By freezing a bomb that used an electronic activation trigger, it was possible to kill the battery cell and deactivate the detonator. The explosive ordnance unit used liquid nitrogen, but maybe dry ice could work as well. Nitrogen that has been cooled to a liquid state with a temperature below 195.8 degrees Celsius. Oh wow, you're right. What a fucking callback. It can be poured onto explosives to stop the function of components such as the battery cell or the detonator. However, in situations where the surrounding area can be safely secured, it's preferable to destroy the explosive via detonation rather than simply arrest its function. Carbon dioxide in its solid state, because it evaporates at negative 79 degrees Celsius at standard atmospheric pressure, it must be kept refrigerated or rapidly dissipates into mist. Thus, it's used in smoke fog machines. The odds of dry ice being able to stop the detonator of a bomb are quite low. Battery cells do lose electromotive force in a sub-zero environment, but there's no guarantee that this would actually work. There were 3 men inside the vehicle. Kano shouted at the one in the driver's seat. "I need to borrow that machine." Huh? The man replied in a lethargic drawl. "No way, man. We haven't even paid this thing off yet." There was no time to explain or negotiate. Kano was just going to have to take it by force. Aye! Hold it right there. Another man appeared suddenly in front of the vehicle. The bushy fellow Kano had run into at the scene of the explosion. "You guys are with that Wandering Angels theater troupe, yeah?" he said to the van's occupants. "Oh shit, episode 6, finale." The minivan carrying Tezuka, Bando, and Amo veered wildly through the streets of Shibuya, leaving a trail of white smoke in its wake. The trio, now definitely impaired by oxygen deprivation, came close to causing several accidents. Teetering on the brink of consciousness, they were still trying to reach Endo Electronics when they ran into Kano and his companions instead. After Kano takes the machine off their hands, the 3 will happily head back to the theater, clean up, crack open some beers, and look back over one long, crazy day. Fiends. He pointed at the dry ice machine. "That thing's defective. The guy from the electronics store said he'd refund your deposit." "Huh? For real?" "Yeah, he told me to tell you that the machine has been recalled. We'll bring it back for you, so hurry up and open the door." Yeah, okay." The newcomer helped the 3 men unload the dry ice machine from the minivan, then he turned to Kano. What a weird-ass thing to call back in this game. "Here. Hurry up and take it," he shouted. "Right, thanks." Kano wasn't sure what was going on, but he took the machine and ran, pushing it ahead of him across the pavement. "Achi!" Tomi wailed, tears in her eyes. He never breaks a promise. The detective blew right past her, trailing a billowing plume of white smoke in his wake. "Please let me make it in time. Please let me make it in time. Please let me make it in time." Kano let loose a wild yell. He ran as fast as his legs could take him toward Achi and the bomb. Oh, that's a weird to be continued. That's like, this game is ending to be continued. Oh, and we've just hit the 5-hour mark of the stream. Holy shit. We're going for another 5 hours or something. Okay. I'm going to... We're gonna be smart here. We could, in theory, probably jump to Achi here using this. I'm gonna first do whatever this fucking, this thing is. I think it would be wise to maybe finish whatever this is. As he drove along, Stanley again tried to deduce Alfred's plan of action. Where's the... I'm trying to think. Boop-a-doop-a-doop. Let's just go here. That was it. The bomb was set to detonate in response to a specific piece of music, and the ringtone on Tomi's phone was the trigger. Where could the bomb be hidden then? Stanley didn't have the time to think. He needed to alert Kano and the others right away. Let me make sure we're not... Okay. As he pulled out his phone again, he recalled the map of the stakeout positions. Kano could probably be right next to the decoy. Alfred, it might be a mistake to call him under the circumstances. Maybe he couldn't risk calling Kano, but he could call Achi. Stanley dialed Achi Endo's number. "Please, don't let me be too late." he muttered to himself as he waited for the call to connect. Archie was quick to pick up. Mr. Stanley, what's going on? Fucking hell, really? Okay, well, I'm not gonna be pissed. Is this jump for the right? No, I need this jump. This is the jump for this. Okay, so I had to do that because I had to activate the jump here. It's all good. It's all good. It's all good. Put the bomb and Achi into the dry ice machine. Just toss them both in there. Eventually, Achi spotted Kano on the far edge of the crowd. The detective pumped his fist in victory. It looked like he'd gotten Alfred to cough up the password. Thank goodness. Finally, some really good news. Now Hitomi and Maria were both safe. A surge of relief ran through Achi's body. Unexpectedly, his cell phone rang. It was Stanley. Mr. Stanley, what's going on? How did the negotiations go? Achi quickly filled him in on the good news. The detectives caught Alfred. He got him to give up the password, and I think he's called the folks at the lab. Does that mean the case is closed then? No, not yet. Right now, I need you to do exactly as I tell you. For a moment, Achi's head swam. This isn't over yet. Question mark. Why? What's going on? If you want to save Hitomi, then shut up and listen, Stanley barked. Alright, tell me what to do. First, you need to power down Hitomi's cell phone. Turn off her phone? What for? Was Stanley serious or just messing with him? I'm pretty sure that there's a bomb somewhere near your location. A bomb? Achi's voice squeaked into falsetto. The guy that Kano had apprehended is a decoy. The real Alfred is planning to eliminate Hitomi and the false Alfred at the same time. Eliminate both Hitomi and his own decoy? Why would he do that? And if the guy that just captured was a fake, then who was the real Alfred? He couldn't wrap his head around it. The more he tried, the more his thoughts became a jumbled mess. Listen, first turn off that cell phone. Then, go and look for the bomb. Okay, got it. Right now, he just needed to do what Stanley told him to do. He didn't have time to make sense of the situation. Hanging up, he called out to Hitomi. Hitomi, you have to turn off your cell phone. She stared back at him, too confused to act. Look, just hurry up and do it. Right, okay. Pulling her phone from her pocket, she switched the power off. Then Achi turned to Kano's direction. Detective, he shouted. Kano was looking toward him, seemingly already aware that something was amiss. Detective, that's not the real Alfred, he's a fake. A fake? Kano looked understandably shocked. Yeah, just got a call from Stanley. He said the real Alfred is planning to get rid of both Hitomi and the fake with some kind of bomb. Kano hurriedly turned back to the fake Alfred and began a fresh barrage of questions. Meanwhile, Achi's mind was racing again. If the bomb was meant to wipe out both Hitomi and the imposter, it would have to be pretty powerful. So it couldn't be anything particularly small. Where could the bomb be hidden then? Achi scanned the area, but didn't spot any place that seemed plausible. Then his eyes happened to alight on the attaché case the decoy had discarded. Could it be? No sooner had his suspicions been aroused than he heard Kano call out to him. Achi, check the case, hurry! He hurriedly opened up the attaché case and searched the interior. The only things inside were pieces of medical equipment, tubes and syringes and the like. There's nothing that looked remotely like a bomb. Still, where else could the bomb possibly be hidden? Damn it. He had to find the explosive, and soon. He took another hard look at the case. No. Don't do that. Flip it over. I'll flip it over. Achi lifted the attaché case up high and flipped it upside down. But as he went about to throw it, he heard a faint metallic sound. Quickly, he lowered the case again. He was certain the noise had come from inside. Once more, he opened the case and looked inside, but still, he saw nothing of note. He tossed the medical equipment aside and slowly tilted the case from side to side. Although it looked empty, there was a distinct sound of something metal sliding back and forth. Hold on, could it be? Archie tugged at the case's inner lining, quickly tearing it free. When he looked behind it, his eyes went wide. A thin layer of something that resembled white clay had been affixed inside the cover of the case. Several wires connected it to a small electronics device. This was it. The bomb really was inside the Itachi case. "Here it is," he shouted to Kano. "I found it." Kano hurried over, bringing his captive with him. "There, Mr. Palmer, take a look." When he saw what was inside the Itachi case, the fake Alfred went pale. "No, it can't be. Alfred, why?" His voice was hoarse with betrayal. Then abruptly he broke into stilted laughter. "Hey, trust someone really does make you blind. Such a simple, childish ruse. It went right under my nose." Fake Alfred Palmer looked over at Kano. "We need to get out of here immediately," he said. "That right there is C4, a high-yield plastic explosive used by the military. And that's enough to blow this whole area to smithereens." Blow the whole area to smithereens? Archie pictured Shibuya reduced to a blasted ruin. Meanwhile, Kano frantically began searching the inside of the Itachi case. "A microphone," Kano muttered. "Hey, detective, is that thing gonna explode or not?" Archie tried and failed to keep his voice from wavering. "It looks like it's sound activated, but it hasn't gone off just from having people talking nearby. It means it must be set to explode in response to a specific sound trigger." A specific sound, huh? Now Archie understood Stanley's instructions. "That's it. It must be Hitomi's ringtone. That's why Stanley had me power her cell phone off." "So that means we're safe then?" Hitomi asked. "It's not going to explode anymore, right?" "Maybe, but I wouldn't bet our lives on it." Kano continued his examination of the case. He carefully loosened the bomb and the cables, pulling them away from the lid of the case. The sight made Archie's heart leap. Then Kano went shocked still, as if caught in a hungry predator's gaze. "There's not just a sound trigger." The detective's voice was a raspy whisper. "The bomb has also been fitted with a countdown timer." I'm just curious. No, I can't. Fast forward. Okay. Same fucking thing. Archie could see the timer now. It had been planted underneath the plastic explosive. His blood ran cold. "Director Kuze, where's that bomb squad?" While Kano made a desperate call to the police, Archie picked up the Itachi case and peered inside. The digital timer was steadily ticking down the seconds. Archie scanned the nearby area. There were too many people around the scramble. Hitomi was there. Susumu was there. Several more of his old pals, along with a bunch of innocent bystanders. "The people are the lifeblood," Archie reminded himself. "The blood that coursed through the body that was the city. Like cells, they brought to life the city he so loved. And Archie wanted to be one of the red, or was it white, blood cells of Shibuya." "Archie," Kano called out, "leave that thing and get out of here." "No way." Archie sat down, cradling the case in his arms. "Archie, what the hell are you doing?" "I'm not going anywhere until everyone's made it to safety. Detective, you need to get these people someplace safe right away. Clear out the area first, then I'll go." "But there's no way I can do that." "Damn it, don't you want to save these people?" Archie snapped. Kano bit his lower lip. Hitomi wrapped her arms around Archie from behind. "Archie, don't do this." "Hitomi, you need to get out of here too." "Why? Why are you acting so crazy?" Tears blurred her words, and he could feel her trembling against him. "It doesn't matter. Just get as far away as you can." No, I'm not leaving you." After the day they'd spent together, Archie knew full well that telling Hitomi something once wasn't going to get her to listen. That stubbornness was one of her many things that made her so amazing in his eyes. Not just singular eye. "Hitomi!" Archie clasped one of his hands tightly. "Please, this is the one favor I will ever ask of you." His voice came out oddly soft and gentle. "All right," she told him, "but let me just say one thing first. There are still so many things I want to talk to you about, so much more that I want to know about you. So please, Archie, don't you die on me." "Hey, Don't worry. Once everyone's made it to safety, I'll clear out here right away. Hitomi squeezed his hand, then got up and silently hurried away. Susumu, you and SOS start getting people out of the area. Yeah, alright. Susumu turned away and spurred the gang into motion. Intense. Then, for an instant, Achi's eyes met Kano's. Achi gave a tiny nod and looked down at the timer. 119, 118. Get back! Achi shouted at the top of his lungs. Everybody, get back! There's a bomb! He held the attache case tight against himself as he continued shouting. He ran his voice raw, trying to warn the crowd away. Everyone, get out of here, just run! Following his lead, Kano started directing nearby civilians to safety. There's a bomb! The detective shouted. Everybody run! Get away as fast as you can. Susumu waved his arms emphatically. Please, Hitomi added. You all have to get out of here. They don't give a shit, but the crowd didn't heed their warnings. At last, apparently deciding that the time was up, Kano turned back to Achi. Achi, that's enough. Leave the bomb and let's go. You could hear Susumu and Hitomi shouting as well. There's no time left, man. Achi, come on. 57. 56. The way Palmer had talked about this bomb, it sounded like a pretty dangerous one. It might be powerful enough to blow up the entire intersection. And there were still so many people nearby. There's no chance they'd be able to get to safety in the few dozen seconds that remained. Achi needed to minimize the force of the blast as much as possible. Wouldn't it then be wise to, like, put it on the ground and then lay on top of it, not do this? Like, wouldn't it be smart to, like, work the ground into stopping the bomb, too? Just thought. He cradled the bomb more tightly to his chest, huddling over it. What are you doing? Come with us, hurry, screamed Kano. I don't know how powerful this bomb is, but please, God, let my body be enough to protect the people of Shibuya. And to protect Hitomi. Achi squeezed his eyes tightly shut. I'm sorry, Suzune. Looks like I won't be able to keep visiting you in the hospital anymore. You'll forgive me though, right? I stuck it through to the end, just like you told me to. I didn't call it quits partway through. And so whatever you do, you can't let that disease beat you. Don't you dare let it beat you. Achi drew a deep breath as he finished his solitary little prayer. He couldn't have more than a few seconds left to go. Achi! It was Hitomi. He was glad that her voice was the last thing in this world he'd ever hear. Or so he thought. Achi, bring the bomb over here! That wasn't Hitomi's voice. Why did he mistaken Kano's voice as Hitomi's? Achi opened his eyes and saw Kano racing toward him, pushing some big, weird piece of machinery. The detective flipped open the machine's cover to reveal a huge mound of dry ice. Stick it in here. Flash freezing the timer ought to stop it. Achi did as he was told, shoving the attache case into the dry ice. Kano helped him pile more dry ice on top of it. Let's hope that's enough, Kano exclaimed. He looked like a man desperate for a miracle. They could see the timer display through a gap in the frozen hydrogen, still counting down. Was this not going to work? Achi and Kano held their breaths. Oh my god. Okay. I hate to do this. I hate to do this. I want a heat check. If you're still watching. Tomorrow night was supposed to be The Last of Us Part 2. And it still can. Do I, before we do Last of Us Part 2 tomorrow night, heat check? Because here's the thing. This is not totally spoiler. It's not totally spoiler. Once you finish this game, there's, and I don't know what extent to it is, but apparently there's like a couple more like little storylines and bonus stuff that opens up. So, tomorrow, before Last of Us Part 2 starts, do you want me to continue this tonight and we just go all out, or pre-Last of Us Part 2, we'll clean up the rest of the straggling bad endings here. There's not that much left. Get the finale, and then do whatever the extra things that happen at the end of the game. Because like I said, I don't know how much the extra stuff is. And I mean, if I'm gonna have to hold this over for another day, I don't know how much it would be worth it. Like, I don't want to, like, go for another hour or 2 hours here, and then still have more to then be like, oh, fuck, we gotta do it another day still. Or I could just go all out and then struggle at work tomorrow. Oh, if I get off, if I'm off, I'm going to bed in, like, as soon as I get ready for bed and shit. Yeah, that's true. I do work from home tomorrow. That's the thing I'm debating with. But the thing is, like I said, I don't know how much the side stuff is to this. Let's say finish tomorrow, because the in-game hour is supposed to go to 20. I don't know. I don't know exactly how long it actually goes. And I don't know where the to be continues go. I mean, in theory, I'm not even sure exactly what I assume there's maybe a jump to... Is there a jump to Stanley in one of these? That's a jump to Achi. That's an old jump. Especially if we see the ending. God, it's gonna suck to have to just wait a whole nother fucking day to see the ending to this. But, like, it would make sense to have one more stream of just the finale, the ending, the true ending. Apparently there's, like, 4 true endings. They call it true ending and then true ending. And then, like I said, there's, like, side stuff. Some kind of special episodes. There's something called a conspiracy, then a true conspiracy. Okay. Executive decision. As much as it pains me and how much it's gonna suck tomorrow, tomorrow's stream, it'll just mean probably a little bit less of The Last of Us Part 2, but I'll have plenty of time throughout the weekend on that. So we'll do... I don't know how long it'll be. It might be an hour. It might be 2 hours or so of this. We'll do that tomorrow night. And probably not start as early as I started tonight. Like, tonight I started, I guess, about 5.5 hours ago. So probably not that early. Exactly. I don't make many responsible choices in life, so I gotta kind of, like, where I can, pick and choose and try to balance out the responsible decisions. Whatever. At the very least, it'll make for one hell of an interesting stream tomorrow. Tonight's stream was funny. If you go back and see the VOD of this, there was one really, there was a lot of bad endings done earlier in the stream tonight. There's, like, one bad ending that I did that if you were, I think you guys both were here for, I don't want to spoil it, but there was something that happened that made me scream. But in that VOD, the first 40 minutes is me trying to figure out how to fucking use the guide to find out the bad ending. So there's, like, a 40-minute, like, frustration where I just basically, like, almost wasted, like, 40 minutes trying to figure stuff out. Right. Plus, you've been on this adventure, Gage. Like, I'd feel bad. I feel bad. You're an hour ahead of me. I don't know what the fuck you do on Friday. But, I feel like it's only respectful that you've been on this journey. You've caught up on all the VODs, on the archives and everything. I want you to be able to see this live and not also be falling asleep while watching it. So it's gonna be painful. Tomorrow's gonna suck while I'm just sitting at home working, wondering how this wraps up. But it's a responsible thing, and tomorrow will be fun. So we'll finish all this. We'll see everything. Finish these last bad endings. Get all these conspiracies apparently out of the way. I don't even fucking know what that means. Probably conspiracy about minivans and shit. And then we'll slip right into the apparently very brutal, apparently very divisive Last of Us Part 2 tomorrow. Apparently that game's out. I guess technically that came out like 2 hours ago. I don't give a shit. I was not going to play that tonight anyway. So that'll be tomorrow night, and we'll go from there and have a great old weekend. Yeah, both you guys take care. Enjoy your sleep. Have an easy Friday, hopefully. Hopefully your neighbors are shutting up, and I'll see you guys tomorrow, possibly, if you choose to come. See you then. Oh, shit, no, fuck. No, don't. I didn't mean to do this. What did I press? Oh. Look at these fellas. Okay, I'll see you tomorrow.